Living in the Midlands is a lot better than living in the upstate, said no one ever, right? I mean, has anyone possibly ever heard that quote before, Diesel? I haven't. I don't know that there's any truth to that, but I like the shot, right? It's a good shot at the team in the upstate, says Paul Mainieri yesterday.
You know, there's a reason why the low-hanging fruit gets picked, because it's easy.
Yeah.
And it's always there. It's always – Clemson fans have been up in their feels for the last 24 hours, going nuts over this quote.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too easy. Oh, Ray Tanner write that for him.
They did. And listen, I do believe that somebody maybe told him that it would be a good idea to take a shot. I really do. I don't think he came up with that on his own, because the reality of it is, and that's where I'm going, that's where we're starting the show today on this Friday, I have a few questions about that statement. The reality of it is it even true? That's my first question, Diesel. You and I love the upstate. I think that's very evident that many people do, based on the numbers that you've talked about on this show, where Greenville, Spartanburg, the upstate is being moved into like no other city on the East Coast. It really shocking numbers. I have never heard anyone say, man, I love living in Columbia. No shot to Columbia, no shot to South Carolina Gamecock fans, but I've never heard that. Not one time. What does Columbia have that the upstate doesn't? I mean, really?
They got a better zoo.
A zoo?
They got a better zoo, yeah. You'd have to tell me this, Cole. You probably know more about the South Carolina waterways than I do. But are the Broad, Saluda, and Congaree rivers, the rivers that flow right through Columbia, are they as polluted as our river in Greenville?
It's a good question. I think they're faster flowing and bigger, which would mean they're probably less polluted. You know what I mean?
I mean, it was decades of industrial waste being dumped into the river that flows through downtown Greenville.
Sure.
That's the problem, right?
They have rivers. They have some cool rivers. I mean, they have good fishing. Lake Murray. I mean, I love Lake Murray. I'm there a good bit.
We got Lake Bowen.
Yeah.
We got Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, that's true. And Kiowee and Joe Cassie.
Yeah.
So you tell us, 71307, start your text with the word fan. This is Wire to Wire. I'm Cole. He's Diesel. Yesterday, Paul Mainieri, the Gamecock coach, said, look, living in the Midlands is a lot better than living upstate. He didn't even say the quote right. Like, he said living upstate, like we're in New York. You don't say that. It's the upstate, Paul. First of all, you can't even get the quote right. I can promise you that, says Paul.
I think he said it that way on purpose, though.
You
Cole.
think so?
I think it was meant to be a more subtle, not so subtle, but pretending to be subtle for just a moment jab. You know,
it could have been
living upstate, living in the upstate. I mean, I like it. I like the jab. I thought it was hilarious.
Did Paul Mainieri, and I'm sure he did, but did he even know that, like, Clemson and South Carolina were as hated as they are? Or is that something that kind of had to be told? Like, did Monty Lee have to tell him, like, Paul, these two hate each other?
Hey, if he didn't know, he's going to learn today.
He's going to learn.
He's going to learn today.
And listen, I've already wrote that down as a question, because I have sent in a request to have Paul Mainieri on this show, on this program. I want to know, did he know about the Clemson-South Carolina baseball rivalry, or just a rivalry in general? People tell us, Diesel, that rivalry is one of the biggest that there is in college baseball, but coming from a guy like that, he'd really be able to tell us if that's true or not.
I mean, if he's been around for 66 and a half years,
yeah,
and he doesn't know that Clemson and South Carolina is a heated rivalry, he ain't paying attention. I agree.
Right? Yeah, he should. Because of football, he should know, right? Football rivalry is big enough that – I don't want to say, like, when I lived in Texas, there were people who didn't know in Dallas that Carolina-Clemson was a rivalry, you know? So Louisiana's not far from Texas. It seems like to you and I that everyone across the country should know that Carolina and Clemson's a huge rivalry. However, I ask people all the time when I lived in Texas if they knew about South Carolina and Clemson. They say no. I mean, we know who they are.
He is from Morgantown, West Virginia.
Okay, so he's
not a Louisiana boy. He's not a Texas boy. He's from
East
Coast-ish. He's from West Virginia. He should know.
He should. And I would bet that he did, but I just wonder, like, I'm super curious as to if somebody had to plant that seed in Paul. Listen, I love him taking the shot, you know? Like, let's get it started. Let's get it going. And that went all over Twitter yesterday. I love it. I just don't know if it's true. The upstate has mountains. The upstate has lakes. The Midlands has one lake. They have a couple, but Murray's the lake in the Midlands.
Yeah.
The upstate has, I would probably make sure I'm not misspeaking here. The upstate has more colleges, right? Between Walford and Furman and
upstate.
Clemson and upstate and Converse. And I'm just thinking probably more college choices in the upstate than the Midlands, right? And they have Midlands Tech, South Carolina.
Is that what they call USC down there? Midlands Tech?
That's what Clemson fans call USC. Yeah. But there is like a Midland. I had a buddy that went there to Midlands Tech. It's like a community college type, right? I think that the upstate has better living. I don't say better living options. Like there's no nice places to live in Columbia, but generally speaking, the upstate's a better place to live, in my opinion. And again, there were a lot of people on our Twitter yesterday, Diesel, after I tweeted that out, that said, look, I'm a Columbia guy. I live in the Midlands, but this ain't true, So I just don't know how much validation there is.
I mean, we see these lists every year. They always come out and they say, here's the 5, 10, 20 best cities to move to in 2024. Greenville, Spartanburg, consistently on those lists. Cole, I have never seen Columbia, South Carolina on one of those lists.
So
not once.
After I tweeted that quote out yesterday, for example, Cindy said, I'm from the Midlands, but I love the upstate way more. That guy is delusional. Let's see. Dude probably has his real estate agent looking at properties on QE, says Mike, who responded to my tweet. Voyo responded to me and said he could at least make a joke that made sense. Not even Gamecocks believe Columbia is better than the upstate. So it was the joke. What's so funny, Diesel, is the joke was intended by him to be a little jab. However, a lot of people took it as like reality of him meaning that the Midlands is a better place to live, when in reality, I don't think that's what he meant, right? I don't think he meant, the Midlands are, they have more to offer.
Well, you're going to lose more weight in the Midlands, I think, probably from sweating your ass off.
True. It's a little hotter.
Yeah.
A little hotter. I'm really trying to play devil's advocate. I'm like trying to think, like, what does the Midlands have that the upstate don't? Yeah, they have a couple of rivers. Yeah, Columbia is a big city, but Columbia is not a fun big city. Like, I've been to Columbia many times. Yeah, it's a big city. Yeah, there's no
concerts in Columbia.
Well, they
never go there.
There's not a lot, like the nightlife is not so good nightlife.
I mean, I would actually ask David Tepper to build a stadium in Columbia and bring concerts to the city of Columbia, because Cole, nothing good ever goes to Columbia.
The last concert, honestly, that I remember, and I know this is not true, but the last concert that I remember being in Columbia at Colonial Life was Reba McEntire like a year ago. Like, come on, you know what I mean? So I guess it's an opinionated question, but for the most part, it seems like it's not even really a debate. On the text line, CJ from Greer says Columbia is basically a high traffic desert. That's a good way to put it, right?
Looking at the Colonial Life Arena concerts list, they got the Hometown Hootie and the Blowfish,
of course,
for free to do a show there. I mean, really branching out with old Hootie, with Darius Rucker, who's from Columbia.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. He's probably not even charging you. Co Wetzel is going to come there. Nicki Minaj. How about that? Pink in 2024, November. Pink is going to be there. Wow. What a list of the hottest names in pop and rock and country music.
Nick,
crushing the game.
Zach tweeted at me after I put this out yesterday, and Zach said, nothing like the smell of Bluff Road in the morning. Which, if you know Columbia, Zach's
What's on
right.
Bluff Road is a paper plant?
Is it a? Yeah. It's just kind of downtown. It's not really like. Here's a great example, Diesel. You've been to Clemson before, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the tailgate scene at Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
The tailgate scene at Clemson, in my opinion, is one of the best I've seen. Like, tons of grass, tons of fields, plenty of places just to kick back, relax, plenty of room, it feels like.
It's very scattered.
It is scattered. Columbia, like, you go to Columbia, is there good tailgating? Sure. I'm not saying there's not, but you're tailgating in a parking lot. You know what I mean? So, like, the tailgating scene in the upstate has always been superior for me than sitting in a parking lot next to a, Bluff Road or whatever it is. It's just not the same. Columbia, it's fine. I don't hate it. I just don't think there's any truth to Paul Mainieri's living in the Midlands is better. Said no one ever.
But I will say, again, it's a fantastic shot. I mean, I would be disappointed in Paul Mainieri if he didn't take a shot in some way, a failed attack at Clemson in his introductory press conference. He knows, man, but hey, you always punch up. You don't punch down, right? If South Carolina was the superior program, he wouldn't have mentioned it.
And look, to your point, South Carolina Gamecocks fans yesterday, they love that. They love that quote from Paul Mainieri. They said, hey, he's one of us, right? He's already taken shots at Clemson, even though it might not be true. I think I would rather live in Charleston or Beaufort or on the coast or in the upstate, Greenville, Spartanburg.
I noticed she didn't say Myrtle Beach.
No, that would not be one. Okay. Myrtle Beach and Columbia, there's not a ton of difference other than there being a beach, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of Waves, Wings, or Sands stores.
Same clientele.
Yeah. You can't get your airbrush T-shirts, your Confederate flag boogie boards, or your hermit crabs in Columbia. You got to go to Myrtle Beach for that.
It's true. I mean, listen, it's a straight shot. You can get there. It's doable. But to your point,
I just wish the state of South Carolina would build an interstate that goes from Greenville to Myrtle Beach, so I didn't have to go through Columbia to get there.
Just bypass it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I don't even go to Myrtle Beach.
And isn't Myrtle Beach, wouldn't you consider it one of the top 4 cities in the state as far as traffic and attraction? Like people go to Greenville, Columbia, Charleston. That's all on a straight shot, right?
It is.
But if you need to get to Myrtle Beach from Greenville, you got to go down to Columbia and back up
north, yeah.
Or you got to go up to Charlotte and back down. It's stupid. There should be an interstate that goes between Greenville and Myrtle Beach. That way we don't have to go through Columbia.
I don't like.
You don't have to lock your doors when you drive down the interstate.
No, it's true. I can't tell you though. Like I was just trying to think while you were talking. I can't tell you the last time I've been to Myrtle Beach. I mean, I'd much rather go to Charleston, to live, to visit, to go to the to the beach or whatever.
Bobby says there's a bigger zoo in Columbia, but a bigger selection of strange creatures in the upstate. You talking about us, Bobby?
What kind of strange creatures are you talking about there, Bobby? I mean, come on, let's get a little bit more specific here. Bigger zoo. That's what Columbia has that the upstate don't.
One big problem with Columbia is that Henry McMaster lives there.
Yeah, he could live. Well, he might have a place in all 3. Those politicians, that politician money. It may be he may have a house on Kiwi.
He's probably got 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One of each, right? But if that's what you're hanging your hat on, Columbia having a better zoo, I agree with you though. Him making a jab is fantastic for the fan base. I mean, that literally was the quote that went everywhere. Paul Mainieri had a million good quotes yesterday. We had the interview for you right here on Wire to Wire, but no other quotes went viral. Living in the Midlands is a lot better than living in the upstate. That's the one that Gamecock fans love. So Diesel, to kind of get off of the quote and get back to the hire, to back what he said, you and I wrote down several quotes from his interview yesterday, but you know what's funny? Watching the reaction of South Carolina Gamecock fans when the hire was announced to now, boy, has their tune changed. I mean that.
Yeah.
I mean, at first it was like, what? Left field? Where's it? Who's it? What? This old guy? And then hearing him yesterday, I saw a lot of Gamecock fans on Twitter last night and this morning who were like, Paul Mainieri, we're here. He's our dude. So maybe that fans are going to fan, right? That's the way fans act. They overreact. But maybe South Carolina fans need to use this as a lesson of, look, let's not jump the gun on every hire. Is Ray Tanner going to make a good hire every time? No, we know that. But this thing might work out, like he's old. He may not have a ton of time there, but this thing may work out for Paul Mainieri. It may work out for Ray Tanner. And Diesel, one quote that we didn't have yesterday that I heard this morning from Paul Mainieri, I'm paraphrasing, he said, I don't see any reason why we can't be competing for it all now. So it's a win now hire. And You know what? Maybe Gamecock fans need to give the guy a chance.
Look, I mean, they got to get on it in the transfer portal this offseason. They have to get better across the board. Everything has to get better across the board for the South Carolina roster. But you're right. I mean, they are potentially 3 guys away, 3 pieces away. A good hitter and maybe 2 good pitchers, and you're back. And that's all it takes.
In reality, we said it yesterday, and Probably, in my opinion, the most impactful quote that he gave was the quote about the runs. You and I talked about it. And I will pull up the quote because I did tweet it out, but I need to pull it up, Diesel. He was talking about how basically they want to win the close ones. So Paul Mainieri's exact quote yesterday, he said, the league is getting tougher and tougher every year. There are a lot of great teams out there. One year we went 12-17 at LSU and didn't make the SEC tournament. 2 years later, we went 17-13 and we were a national seed. Only a 4-game difference. It can be a 1 or 2 run game that makes all the difference. That was him speaking, Paul Mainieri speaking on what it takes to close the gap. And you even pulled it up yesterday, Diesel. Just to recap, there were a handful, if I'm not mistaken, of games, 5 or 6 games that you counted that were
two runs games? Or less. Yeah. 5 2-run games. And there were quite a few where South Carolina got blown out, right? So you got to build some consistency. And every coach in America says we got to be more consistent, right? I mean, that's just such a coach speak thing to say, but it's true. I mean, you got to get to that point where you're averaging 6 runs a game to have a chance to win in this conference. You have to be scoring 6 runs a game to have a chance to win in the SEC. Bare minimum, right? You probably need more than that. You probably need 9 runs to win, to feel comfortable. And that's where they want to be. So, they got a mark to strive for. They got a mark to say, hey, we got to hold our opponents to 6 and we got to score 7.
Sure.
I mean, it's that simple. But there was so much up and down with this South Carolina team this season. They would score a lot of runs in one game and then they would score nothing in the next. And then a lot of runs and then nothing. And they would score 5 and they would score 12 and they would score 2. So they were all over the place. And I get what he's talking about there. Building that consistency into the lineup is going to be huge for South Carolina.
Red C, I'm not reading the rest of your name, Red C. It's funny, but I'm not going to read it. Red C on the stream says, taking a little shot here, I always like pulling coaches from the shuffleboard court. Good one. Listen,
how close was he to bingo before you pulled him out of the game to go make him the head coach?
So to go off of that point, I heard an interview this morning, Diesel, as we wrap this segment up with Paul Mainieri. I heard an interview this morning on Twitter from a local journalist, Chase Justice at WYFF4. He did a one-on-one interview with Paul Mainieri. And the first question, Diesel, that Chase asked Mainieri yesterday was, what were you doing a week ago before you got the call? He said, man, I was just sitting on the couch. I mean, that's what life was. He was retired. What do retired people do? He was chilling, man. He was watching college
Sanford
baseball.
And Son.
Yeah, like the rest of us. So it was
Murder, She Wrote.
Murder, She.
Just trying to think of all the shows that my grandma used to watch.
What's the ones that came on at like noon? The
Golden Girls.
What are the shows? I'm drawing a blank. The shows that everybody talks about that come on like in the morning that old people watch.
Infomercials.
Yeah, that too. I mean, there's a lot of. He was watching the shows, right? He was retired.
Andy Griffith.
Yeah, I mean, he was just chilling. And then a week later, Ray Tanner calls him and said, hey, man, why don't you come coach for us? And he said yesterday that the sole reason he's in Columbia right now is because of Ray Tanner. So it's super interesting. Again, we are efforting him to come on the program, to come on the show. I've sent a request in, and I'm sure that Ken, as he always does, will hook us up. But we'll have them for you soon, so stay tuned. TOLO, that stands for turn it on, leave it on. If you hear us use that phrase a lot, that's what it means. That's what we ask you to do on this show. Turn it on, leave it on.
I am interested to know how many people, and there's probably a question we'll never get the answer to, how many people said no to South Carolina before they had to pull somebody out of retirement. Cole, when we come back, let's bring it up here to the upstate. We'll actually talk about both the upstate and the Midlands. What are the 3 scariest home games for Clemson and South Carolina this year? I want you Tolos in the comments section and lighten up the text line as well, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. What are the 3 scariest home games for Clemson and South Carolina this season? And tell us why. North Carolina just got out of a 2-on, 2-out scenario against Virginia in the top of the fourth. That game tied 1-1 going into the bottom of the fourth. The UNC Tar Heels coming up to bat. Cole, we're going to get into this SEC ACC debate. It's part of our 5 o'clock fight. I would love for you to tell us. Utolo 71307. Will an SEC or ACC team win the national championship?
Got to be one of them, right?
Got to be one. There's no other choice.
Can't say neither.
Yeah. There's no Coastal Carolina coming out of the Big South this year. Corn Chip texts in and says, Price is Right. Guaranteed to sit and watch it whenever I was homesick from school. Amen, Corn Chip. Amen. But only the Bob Barker era.
Yeah,
not the Drew Carey era. It's terrible. It's all a ruse, too. Do you know that Drew Carey doesn't actually need glasses? He had LASIK years ago.
Really?
But the glasses are just part of his look, so they don't actually do anything.
You know, I've
has
heard
clear lenses in them.
Somebody told me they had LASIK and the crap quit working.
Really?
They had to have another surgery. That's what scares me. Ooh. I want to have it.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of lasers going in my eyes.
Yeah,
peeling skin flaps back from my. Hell no.
I know.
Hell no. But I got astigmatism. I don't think LASIK works for me.
Yeah, I'm blind.
Yeah, it's not gonna work for me at all. Appreciate all of your comments, Utolos, for getting in at 710-307. Start your text with keyword fan. I want to take a look at Clemson and South Carolina's home schedules in 2024. And I want to tell you what I think are the 3 scariest home games, the 3 most losable home games for both Clemson and South Carolina. Would love your Utolos to comment as well. I think South Carolina by far has the scarier home slate. I mean, it's not really even that much of a discussion, but I don't think it's a cakewalk for Clemson at home this year, Cole. They won the last matchup. So let's start right here in Pickens County, right here in the upstate. I think the 3rd scariest home game for Clemson this year is the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Wow.
Play them on November 30th. South Carolina had a pretty good offense last year, 365 yards a game in the SEC. They weren't great against Clemson. They held them just 169 yards. But Lenora Sellers, by that point, Cole, we're going to know what kind of a quarterback Lenora Sellers has a chance to be. I'm not saying that he's going to be this 4th-year starter, elite quarterback in his first season starting for South Carolina, but we're going to know, is he that dude or is he not that dude this year,
sure.
Right? I mean, it took us a season to figure out whether or not Cade Klubnik is that dude or is not that dude, and I'm pretty sure Cade Klubnik is not that dude. So I think we're going to know. We're going to have 12 games under our belt, or he's going to have 12 games under his belt at that point, and we're going to know whether or not Lenora Sellers has the potential to be a really good quarterback for South Carolina.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that, this game is just different. It's weird things happen in this game. The good news is if you're Clemson, it's not going to creep up on you. What you're facing. It's a rivalry game. It's not going to, you're not going to be looking at one game and look past South Carolina. It's the end of the season. You know what you got to do against South Carolina.
I would argue, as you have them 3 as Clemson's 3rd toughest home game, I would put South Carolina at 1.
Really?
Yeah. I think I think that when you look at their home slate, again, to your point that you led the segment with, Clemson, the easier schedule year in and year out. We know that. But I would say South Carolina over the ones that you'll get to, not to steal the thunder, you're going to name the other ones. Mm-hmm. But of the 3 that you have listed, I think South Carolina being battle tested throughout the year, giving Lenora's time to come in, do his thing, and be comfortable. I do think that will be their scariest home game in 2024.
Number 2 on my list, I've got South Carolina 3 as the 3rd scariest home game for Clemson this year. Number 2 on my list, I've got Louisville. Louisville had a slightly better offense than Clemson did last year. Jeff Brom took Louisville to a 10-win season. They're riding high with a lot of momentum. They've got a veteran quarterback taking snaps, maybe not a veteran with the Louisville program, but he's been to some decent stops. He is a transfer now who's on his 3rd school. He was at Texas Tech and he was at Oregon. They don't take schlubs at Oregon. His name is Tyler Show. Tyler Show and Louisville, November 2nd. Again, they got a majority of the season to get ready for this game.
Yeah.
Clemson holds the 8-0 series lead all time. But guess what? Those 8 games don't mean jack in this matchup in 2024. I think Louisville has the potential to be a very good, interesting game in Clemson this year.
Scotty Scheffler texts in and says that Louisville would be his number one scariest.
Number one scariest, really?
Scotty Scheffler did, because that's where, you get thrown in the clink.
Yeah, that's true.
To your point about, listen, having a seasoned quarterback, having somebody who has college experience, it definitely helps, right? The reality of it is, when you say that Jeff Brom said that they'll have 10 wins, they probably will. Their schedule's terrible. Louisville's schedule this season is a cakewalk, as for the majority of the time it is. They could have 10 wins rather with that schedule. Clemson, they've had their issues with Louisville in the past, especially when they had this guy named, Lamar. But the reality of it is, Louisville's always got talent on the outside. They've always got guys that can go. They've always got guys that are going to stretch the field. I just will be really intrigued, Diesel, to see by the time those two play, who will be more battle-tested.
And then, Cole, my number one, my scariest home game for Clemson in 2024 is going to be September 21st, NC State coming to town. NC State did well in the transfer portal this year. They got guys out of Ohio State, Oklahoma, Auburn, Missouri, and Notre Dame. The back half of their season isn't the best. So if they want to make the college football playoff, they have to beat Clemson. I hate using the term Super Bowl, but Clemson is definitely the game that is circled on the NC State schedule this year. NC State has won 2 out of the last 3 matchups against Clemson. Both of those wins were in Raleigh. They haven't beat Clemson in Clemson since 2002. But, man, I'm telling you, I think this NC State team is a little bit scary. And Clemson fans, you better be paying attention for this one, right? You better get it there. You better get there early. You better stay the whole game. You better stay loud, or else NC State could finally tally a win in Clemson.
What's crazy about NC State is when you look at who they play before they play Clemson, Diesel, in a matter of 3 weeks, they play Clemson and Tennessee. In a 3-week span, they're going to be tested, So you better, you play Tennessee first. So you'll definitely be tested on the September 7th. I don't hate that, putting it number one. Again, my number one, South Carolina, but the reality of it is NC State, they're well coached. They are going to give Clemson a little bit of a test.
Yeah, so not that preseason rankings actually mean a whole lot here. South Carolina not ranked. Louisville preseason ranked 21. NC State preseason ranked 18th. Compare that to the schedule that South Carolina has at home, Cole. The way I've got these listed is LSU, who's number 12 in the country, is my number 3. Missouri is my number 2. They're 7th. And Ole Miss, number 1, toughest, scariest home game for South Carolina this year. They are the preseason number 6. So look at that.
Wow.
Clemson has 18 and 21 at home. South Carolina has 6, 7, and 12 at home.
So Ole Miss is your number 1.
Ole Miss is my number 1. It's a scary game. Just a murderer's row of a home slate once you get into SEC play. I mean, that's nothing new. That's every single year. Ole Miss, they bring back Jackson Dart. Juice Wells comes back to South Carolina, so they're going to have an extra little edge on them because of that. I mean, Lane's cooking right now. Lane really is cooking. Ole Miss had the number 1 transfer portal class in America in 2021. South Carolina 16th. Ole Miss put up 59 points on you last year. It's week 5. It's still kind of early, but Cole, I think depending on what happens against Kentucky and LSU, both of those games before the Ole Miss game, your season might kind of already feel a little bit out of hand at that point, especially if you mess up and drop one of those G5 games.
I can't disagree on Ole Miss. I mean, looking at their schedule, their home games, they have some tough ones on the road, being Clemson and Alabama, Oklahoma. Their toughest games are on the road, right? They go to Clemson, they go to Norman, they go to Tuscaloosa. So, yeah, I mean, LSU and Ole Miss are probably, in my opinion, neck and neck. But, no, I'd say that Ole Miss is definitely the toughest home game that they'll have. Who was your third again?
My third is LSU. My second is Missouri.
Oh, really? See, I'd swap 2 and 3.
Here's the reason why I go there. LSU, they lost their quarterback, Jaden Daniels. He's off in the NFL, right? Garrett Nussmeier, redshirt sophomore. He's no slouch. He played in the bowl game last year, threw for 395 and 3 touchdowns last year. So I think LSU is going to be fine at quarterback, but you don't really know. I mean, we saw it with Cade when he came in the ACC championship game and was phenomenal, but sucked after that. We saw it with DJ, who was awesome in that game against Notre Dame, and once he became the guy after that, he sucked. Good news is for South Carolina, you get LSU early while they're still kind of working out the kinks. The bad news is you get them early because Lenora Sellers will still also be very green at that point. But I have faith in the Gamecock faithful. They're going to come out. They're going to make that matchup hell on LSU.
Can we just say how stupid it is that that's a noon game? Like, awful. That is awful. Ridiculous. Come on.
I mean, I mean, look, every time we get news that one of these conferences or one of these teams is selling out to a company, it just makes things worse and worse and worse, right? You get premier matchups that are played at noon. Ugh, yeah. In the heat, in the South. All these games should be night games, but you're selling out to a network who's probably going to bury you on some streaming service anyway.
I'm trying to think. I know a couple of years ago, Diesel, South Carolina, LSU was a nooner. It was played on a Sunday. The only reason I remember that is because I was there, because LSU had some hurricanes come in, and they had to play on a Sunday instead of a Saturday at Williams-Brice. That was a nooner a few years back. But I don't know that LSU, South Carolina should ever be at noon. I mean, both of those are great environments.
I do wish that if ESPN had no plans to put you on an over-the-air station, to put you on ESPN, to put you on ESPN2, to put you on ABC, if you're going to be buried on a streaming service, I wish these schools had the ability, Cole, to flex their own games back to whatever time they want their games to be.
Sure.
Because at that point, it doesn't matter, right? Like, do we really think a lot of people in the Midwest are going to be tuning in to South Carolina LSU at noon on a Saturday on November 14th or September 14th? No, they're not. They're going to be tuning in to other Big Ten games, right? So South Carolina should have the right to flex their game back to nighttime where they can maximize their own profits.
That's so dumb. Their first night game is Akron, September 21st. And then
tell me what sense that makes.
And then they don't have another one until, A&M at home. That's unbelievable.
So I've got LSU 3 for the reason that you got two quarterbacks who are still going to be kind of breaking things in at that point. My number 2 on my list for South Carolina's scariest home game this year is November 16th versus Missouri. They were really good last year in 2023. Brady Cook is back, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He's getting most of his receiving core back. They are dangerous. They are a veteran offensive team, kind of a young defense, but man, you just got to outscore South Carolina. Top 30 in points per game last year. And for some reason, South Carolina just cannot beat Eli Drinkwitz. You've lost to Missouri 5 times in a row. And if I'm a Gamecock fan, that is damned unacceptable, right?
Yeah.
Losing to Missouri, a program that you feel like you're better than. 5 straight losses to Missouri, and the margin of victory is getting bigger and bigger and bigger over the past 3 seasons.
No pushback again. For the majority of my pushback is on Clemson's. No pushback on your South Carolina list. I do like Ole Miss. I think that's probably one of the trickier games of the season as a whole, right? Like we talked about, Oklahoma's on the road. Clemson's on the road. Alabama's on the road. But that Ole Miss game on October 5th, that's probably, in my opinion, one of the most tricky games, one of the trickier games. We know that Carolina's not beating Alabama, right?
Yeah.
There's a good chance that we all assume that Clemson will beat South Carolina unless they fall on their face. Oklahoma could be a little bit of a coin flip. Early game in Norman. Maybe Carolina catches them off guard. But I think the game that most people are probably intrigued by is that Ole Miss game, just because of what Lane Kiffin has done. And by the way, Diesel, to your point about Missouri, Texter from the 993 says Missouri has won the SEC East more times. They're the real Columbia.
Oh, man.
Not a Clemson fan there, huh? Surely not.
So it's interesting that South Carolina finds themselves in 3 different naming rights beefs: the real Columbia, the real USC, and the real Gamecocks. Now, you beat Jacksonville State last year. We had Chris Phillips tell us on this show that he would concede and call Jacksonville State the real Gamecocks if they'd won that game. I mean, that's called faith in your team to get it done, right? Hey, coming up at 5:20, I'm going to tease you on this one. We're going to get into the trappiest trap games for Clemson and South Carolina in 2024.
I like that word.
At 5:20.
Trappiest. That's a good word. Trappiest of the traps. Coming up in the very next segment, you're going to hear a little piece of audio. Eric Bakich this week did have his final post-game wrap-up with the media. A little piece of audio on what he would do different or if he would do anything different at all, plus Daily Wires next.
A&B Sports takes at the door. Call in if you're man enough.
844 Fan Phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
If grounds for ejection are a coach inciting the crowd, then I might get ejected an awful lot. Because I like engaging with our crowd. I like waving I do it all the time. 2 outs and 2 strikes. I'll look at them and tell them to get up. I always do that with the crowd. I love that. I love that DKS is our 10th man. It feels like they're on our team. And I am always going to interact with our crowd. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to keep doing that. So I guess I'm going to keep getting ejected because that was the explanation I got, is because I incited the crowd when Coach Leggett was walking out. That's why I got ejected. And then just the cavalier way of just, you're ejected. And then the turn was almost antagonistic, I felt. But it is what it is. And, that's unfortunate that there was that, but if you're asking me, would I incite the crowd again? Hell yes.
That's Eric Bakich. That is Eric Bakich on what he would do different. And Diesel, as you heard in the very last sentence, nothing. He would do nothing different. Do you blame the guy? I mean, come on. What a coach to play for. Like, he probably right now in college baseball has an upper hand on most coaches, Diesel, when you talk about kids wanting to play for that guy. I mean, are you kidding me? That's impressive. So, again, he couldn't talk to the media after Sunday night, so he did meet with the media this past week, and that was Eric Bakich, the Clemson baseball coach, on what happened, why he got ejected. He pumped the crowd up after Jack Leggett was tossed, and he says that's the reason I was tossed. I think it's stupid. I mean, my gosh, let's nitpick everything nowadays, but that is it. All right. It is, let's end the hour with our daily wires. We do them every single day and get you up to date on what's happening, what happened last night, and what's happening today. It is the daily wires. Very nice, as always. All right, the Panthers now lead the Oilers, Diesel, 3-0. The NBA series is lopsided. Well, guess what? The NHL series for the NHL Finals, it's lopsided as well. The Oilers are down 3-0. Panthers are on top after last night's 4-3 victory. I would love to research this during the break. When's the last time, Diesel, we ever had an NHL and NBA Finals both sweep? I don't know that that's ever happened, but it's fascinating because it very well could. Game 5, obviously, or Game 4 tonight in the NBA, Boston could sweep. Yesterday, the Atlanta Braves defeated the Baltimore Orioles. They won a game. That's right. The Braves won a game yesterday. They won 6-3. They host the Tampa Bay Rays tonight at 7:20. Chris Sale on the mound for your Atlanta Braves. UNC and Virginia in progress. Let's see. It is, Diesel, you said a minute ago, 1-1. I believe it's still 1-1. Look at that tag, by the way. Did he get him?
You got him.
We have the game on right here in the studio, the Ingles Market studio. We're watching just as you are.
He definitely got him. Still tied 1-1, bottom of the 5th, 1 out.
Ooh.
North Carolina is at bat.
Little defensive battle going on in the first game. I like it. I want to see a low-scoring game every now and then. This one should provide a exciting finish. As he said, 1-1. We'll keep you up to date on that. Dan Hurley said he and LeBron James did share thoughts before Dan decided to turn down the Lakers job. Here's the audio from Dan Hurley.
We had some text messages, and incredible message from him over the course of the weekend. Just talking about basketball and some different things, and letting me know. That if he was there in LA, that I'd have his support. That blew my mind. And then we got into a text exchange, and then the exchange even went through to when I chose to go in another direction. So it blew my mind when you get a text message from LeBron James.
So that's Dan Hurley on the conversation. Diesel, does it surprise you like it does me that a guy like Dan Hurley is surprised when LeBron James, like Dan Hurley's pretty famous as well, right?
Yeah, but he's not even remotely close to LeBron James.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a surprise because, you just interviewed with his team, right? Like that shouldn't be a shock to you. I mean, but then again, Cole, like even if you were in that situation, even if you were a coach and you just get a random text from a number you don't know, it says, "Hey, this is LeBron James." You'd be like, "All right,
what would my reaction?
All right,
be?
Diesel, whose phone number did you clone? Are you messing with me? What's going on?"
That's that's exactly what I think. Caitlin Clark says people should not be using her name to push their own agendas after last night's game. I'll have that audio for you a little bit later in the show, but Caitlin Clark showed a little bit of a mean side. She can say, listen, don't use my name for your own use of pushing agendas. I like it.
That's what I said earlier this week. I said there's a lot of people trying to live vicariously through her who are in this Caitlin Clark mania phase. And that's all they can think of is what's the next thing for Caitlin Clark to do? What's the next thing for her to get a hold of? What's the next team for her to be on? What's the next record for her to break? Like, give her time, right? Give her time. Just back off.
Clemson's Trevor Lawrence, the Tigers' own, has been extended by the Jacksonville Jaguars, Diesel, a $275 million deal for 5 years. Do you know what two players in the NFL now have the most guaranteed money out of any other player?
That would be Trevor and Joe Burrow.
Trevor and Deshaun Watson. Guaranteed money.
Guaranteed money.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
And both of them played at Clemson.
Yep.
How about that for a recruiting pitch? If you're Dabo, hey, look, top two players in the NFL when it comes to guaranteed money, both played here. You can play here. Diesel, you put this on the rundown, and I don't want to read this, man. This is depressing. Scotty Scheffler, he's done, right? It's over. No good. Throw him off. No more golf. Missed the U.S. Open cut with a round 171 and a round 274. Who had that on their bingo card? Scotty Scheffler missing the cut this weekend. I tell you, I did not. That surprises me.
To go back, though, that does put Trevor Lawrence at $55 million a year on par with Joe Burrow's contract. He is now tied with Joe Burrow for the highest paid quarterback. And in my mind, way overpaid. Remember when we did that overpaid, underpaid, just right bit last Thursday? Mm-hmm. At this juncture, if we had known what this contract was going to be, I would say that Trevor Lawrence was way, way overpaid. At $55 million, what has he done in Jacksonville to earn $55 million?
Well, nothing. Quarterbacks, here's the reality of it, though. Quarterbacks don't make their earnings based on what they've done anymore, right? They make it based on what they have potential. This is the price you have to pay in the quarterback market. The market's ridiculous.
I mean, for that, I wish the Jacksonville Jaguars would refuse to pay it so that he could go somewhere else and have a better chance to win. Because let's be real, Trevor Lawrence probably ain't winning Super Bowls in Jacksonville. And if he spends his entire career in Jacksonville, it's going to be a wasted career in the NFL.
But you know what, man? What's crazy is in order to have a playoff contender quarterback, somebody that can get you to the playoffs year in and year out, that's the price you have to pay. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying it's right, but that's the price you have to pay. Also, one more. I missed it. You put it on there, though.
I did. Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler, UFC 303. That fight is off, Dana White revealed, due to a Conor McGregor injury. Sorry you're not going to see him, octopus arm his way back out onto the end of the octagon.
Another fight off. And now the Tyson and not Tyson, but who was Jake Paul fighting?
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he was. So that one's off.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Cole, when we come back, let's do this. Let's talk a little high school football.
Oh.
It's kind of like a throwback to our old days when we bring you on the show as a guest.
You mean go outside and you call me?
Yeah, if you want to do it that way, we can do it that way. We'll talk high school football with Cole Bryson next on the Fan Upstate. We got Cole Bryson out here creating viral moments each and every day. Go to the Fan Upstate on Twitter. Check out the video that he posted of the home field stands at Nixon Field, the home stands at Nixon Field coming down at Burns High School. Man, it's wild footage that you posted up.
Yeah,
it was wild footage. Watching a backhoe just take stands down. It's incredible.
A backhoe.
Backhoe.
Listen, it was fascinating. I was standing there watching, thinking like, man, first of all, watching a bulldozer just rake shop so easily, it's crazy, right?
Takes you back to your childhood a little bit.
It does, man. But the second part, which really kind of gives you goosebumps when you're standing there watching, is the history of that field. High school football, obviously here in the Upstate, is so prestige and has so much history and tradition, and a lot of the reason is because of what Burns did in the early 2000s. And that field that's being demolished, and Diesel referenced the video. You can find it on Twitter at the Fan Upstate. That field had a 77-game win streak. 11 state. There was a lot of really good talent. Marcus Lattimore, a lot of region championships to come through that field. So to see that field that, by the way, needed to be torn down. It's an old stadium that needed to be have a facelift, if you will, a facelift. But it was kind of Diesel, kind of crazy just to stand there and watch, because, man, there's been a lot of history come through there, and all of a sudden it's just it's gone.
Well, I'm excited for Burns. First of all, I saw the renderings on WSPA 7, an article that they posted.
Yeah.
And it looks phenomenal. It says it's going to hold 8,000 people, better parking situation. I've never been to a game at Burns. I've been to Burns High School as a media representative, so I didn't park in the normal parking lot. I had like a little special place to go and park. But I've never experienced parking at Burns High School and at Nixon Field, but I would imagine it was nuts. So
yeah,
they're supposed to be adding like 100 new parking spaces, doing some massive work to build that place back up. And you said they're handling it, Cole, by playing every game on the road next year. Like, there's not another field in the city of Spartanburg.
They tried
in the Duncan Moore area that they could find to go make their temporary home.
For example, not to poop on Wofford College, but yeah, there was. But Wofford College wanted an outrageous amount of money, $50,000+ a month. I mean, I was told by Reggie Shaw, the Burns coach, that they tried to play. Wofford would make sense, right? In Spartanburg. Yeah. Spartanburg Vikings used to play there. But Wofford College, for whatever reason, Diesel, did not want to make it work. They wanted to charge just an astronomical number.
Does Wofford have artificial turf?
They do not.
They do not.
No, that's correct.
I mean, I understand from that sense that it costs a lot more to upkeep a natural grass field. Even with if they had an artificial surface, it still is extra wear and tear on that surface. But that's just a lot. Come on, Wofford, do the right thing, would you?
Charge them. I have a problem.
There's a reason why there's a purple flag over behind your head and not a gold flag behind your head, because Wofford just not men of the people,
No, listen,
Jerry Richardson would have said yes to that.
He probably would have paid it, just forked out the money. I don't have a problem with Wofford charging a high school to play there, but let's make it reasonable, right? So it is exciting. To your point, they'll be playing every game on the road this fall. That'll be a challenge, right? You never have a home field advantage. It'd be interesting. To your point also, the stadium looks phenomenal, the renderings, but you got to go through this one tough year, but after that, it'd be great.
Yeah, and it's amazing how fast they're putting stadiums up nowadays. I mean, as well as I do, Cole, that we're in an arms race. Even in high school, you got to be able to attract talent to your school, especially when, we've talked about it a little bit off the air with these new charter schools that are coming to Spartanburg County, and they're going to be trying to recruit and attract student athletes to come to their schools. So now is the time for Burns to get this done, because if you don't, and you're 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and these charter schools are up and running, and how are you going to attract a student, an athlete to come to your school, to come to Burns, even with all the history that you've got, when you've got a charter school with brand new stadiums?
Keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, you got to keep up with the Joneses. So We're kind of going to do this little interview style here because Cole Bryson is the preeminent expert when it comes to high school football here in the upstate. Definitely got to pay attention and listen to his Saturday Scramble show that's going to be on every single Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Is that
8 a.m. That's right.
8 a.m. live from Ingalls markets all over the upstate this year. Again,
we're only 7 weeks away from the first Scramble, 10 away from actually kicking high school football.
Oh, man, that's exciting.
It's going to be here before you know it, man. It's crazy.
So there's a lot of changes this year in high school football. The regions have been reclassified from 1A all the way up to 5A. Cole, I want to ask you, why are they reclassifying these regions? Why did it happen? Is this a regular thing that they do on a regular interval every 5 years, 10 years? And do other states do this too, or is this something that's unique to South Carolina?
Good question. Other states do this. And I like the question because there are probably people who are new to the area, right, who are trying to learn about high school football that really may not know how South Carolina does things. To answer your first question, it happens every 2 years in South Carolina. The reason for it, to answer your next question, is because of the attendance numbers, right? So I personally would love to see a reclassification only every 4 years. However, going back to our very first segment, people are moving in here left and right, which is just making the attendance numbers of all these schools go wild, ballistic. So every 2 years, South Carolina has to reclassify everybody.
So you're talking enrollment numbers, not fans coming to games.
Yes. I'm sorry, enrollment in the schools. So the amount of kids going to the schools, every 2 years, they have to reclassify every single school, 1A through 5A, because they have to keep it somewhat even, right? Because the reality of it is, Diesel, like, for example, this year, the highest we have is 5A. There's a day that will come where Gaffney, who's been a 5A team for a long time, Gaffney's not growing the way, let's say, a Bowling Springs is. So a good example, Gaffney in the future could drop down to 4A because they don't have the same attendance that the 5A schools do. That happens on the 3A, 2A, happens with Abbeville, but it does happen every 2 years, which is a lot to keep up with.
To your mind, Cole, is there a future that you envision where we go to 6A?
Yeah, I think it'll be next year.
With the way this state is growing, 35,000 new people come into the upstate every year.
Yeah.
Every year. So you got to put these kids in schools somewhere. Things may change, obviously, with these charter schools and depending on how many students they are attracting to those schools. But yeah, an increased classification and how many schools, who's going to be the first ones to make that jump, do you think?
And probably like the Wandos, the Dormans, the Bowling Springs. I do think there will be 6A. I think the next reclassification, I have talked to a few ADs, and it seems like, Diesel, that 6A is coming soon. I think the next reclassification in 2 years, we could see 6A. Georgia has it. Florida has it. A lot of others. I think Alabama has it as well.
Are they consistent, relatively consistent across the board? Of a 6A school in Georgia has roughly the same number of students as Florida. I came from, from when I lived in Boone, I learned something about ski mountains. The Black Diamond really only represents the toughest hill on that mountain. It's not like there's some sort of a scale that's equal across the board where a Black Diamond in the mountains of North Carolina equals a Black Diamond in the mountains of Colorado. It's not the same thing.
Sure.
So you're saying they do try to keep things relatively equal. Is that so that they can facilitate out-of-state matchups? And that way they can say, all right, if you're 6A in the state of South Carolina, you're at, can you give me a roughly what it was 6A size school might be, 1,000 students? Is that way too much? 500, 600?
6A?
Yeah, 6A.
It'd be more like 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So next question for you, Cole. There's always winners and losers. By the way, we did have a texter text in and say, did I just hear that y'all are talking about high school football? Yes, texter, we are. And if you've got burning questions about specific situations, your school, your region, now would be the time to text them in. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. There's always winners and losers when it comes to reclassification. Who got screwed through this reclassification, Cole, and who do you think got put into a much easier situation, gives them a really good chance now to just kind of walk through their region?
It's a good question. In terms of getting screwed, the South Carolina High School League, it'll be a lot easier for the public audience to view the reclassification once the high school league post it. They still, if you go to the South Carolina High School League website now, the old classifications are still on there. They have not made the new ones yet. I go to 2A, 3A, or even 1A. I'll go to 1A, 2A, and 3A. In terms of getting screwed, look, the reality of it is the only people, Diesel, that are blowing the trumpet of we got screwed are the charter schools. The charter schools, for example, you and I the other day were talking about MVP, the new charter school in Spartanburg, Mountain View Prep. That school is having to play in 3A due to a new way of classifying students, a new classifier rule that came out sometime toward the end of last year. The charter schools are going to have less students but play in a higher classification due to the fact that they can recruit kids from anywhere. And that's the biggest, just like that conversation you and I had a couple of weeks ago, that's the biggest push from people who are in the public schools is they want those schools, the charter schools, to compete amongst themselves. They think it's unfair for the charter schools to compete with everybody else. They want the charter schools to have their own league, if that makes sense.
So, I mean, in theory, it makes sense to say, okay, you are a purpose-built high school to have great athletics. I mean, am I wrong here? Is that's what those charter schools are attempting to do? I mean, you said it. They are recruiting high school athletes from all over the region to come to their school, probably for the purpose of athletics, so they can be great. And we all know about IMG Academy in Florida and what it is they do. In my mind, and tell me if I'm wrong here, that kind of seems to be the point of these charter schools. And part of it, I'm sure, is academic, and they want to set up curriculum in a different way. But I mean, let's be real. What people have been saying for years, athletics are the front porch of a university. Athletics are going to be the front porch of these charter schools as well, right?
So that's that question that you asked is the question that everybody wants to know. Yeah, I mean, without me trying to get myself in trouble,
just say
the reality of it is that the schools that are opening that have these goals in mind, they do want to be able to give kids school choice. And I get all of that. Academics are important, smaller classroom size, all of that matters. But you, just like you, Diesel, you don't take a job to work for free. These coaches don't take jobs at these charter schools just to have fun. They're there to win. And in order to win, what do they have to do? They have to go out and get kids from Dorman, Bowling Springs. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You have to go get kids in order to win. It's a duh statement. You have to have good talent. But in order for them to do it, they have to go and use their – I guess they're like the school, each charter school has their own, I don't want to say like motto or saying, but their tag, right? Their pool that gets kids to come in and play for those schools. Why would a kid from a public school go to a charter school? Well, that's why the charter schools have to have a good pitch. Pitch was probably the better word I was looking for. So it's in their pitch, right? They have to each have their own pitch as to why you should come here, but it definitely will make things interesting.
We've talked and we've teased the possibility of NIL coming to high school athletics.
Yeah,
I mean, we think like it is on the doorstep, right? It is coming.
Yeah, what I've been told.
Educate me a little bit on these charter schools, and I know that's not really the point of this discussion here, but are these student athletes who are being recruited in from schools all over the region, are they going to be able to be induced via scholarship? Because I would imagine these charter schools are going to be expensive, right? First of all,
they're free.
Okay, they're free.
They're free.
So if you're, are they paid for via tax money or
they get state and public?
Okay,
excuse me, they get state and federal funding.
Okay, so they're not paid for by I live in probably the Malden School District. My tax money is probably going to Malden High School.
Sure,
to keep to keep it running.
Yep.
Okay. Next question here, Cole. I know last year we had some athletes, especially on the football side, that we were paying a lot of attention to, who were just lighting it up week in and week out. We did that high school athlete of the week segment, and we would bring on kind of the same guys. We would really focus on those same guys week after week after week because they were just having monster game after monster game. Who are you looking at this year who has a real chance to be a breakout star?
It's a good question. There are several, obviously. There's a lot of good talent in the upstate. We know that, as you said, the Upstate's loaded with talent. There are a couple of guys that I have noted that I have told friends of mine and people who cover high school football. They know that these are the guys to watch. Number one, we were talking about Burns, so I'll keep it at Burns. Trey Segura, the running back at Burns, has been getting quite the attention, if you will. He's phenomenal. He is he has 2 years left in high school. He's going to be a really good running back here in the Upstate.
Are running backs in high school football, is that still a much more valued position than what you see in college and what you see in the pros? I mean, you got to think, in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, maybe quarterbacks aren't just quite as developed in high school
for sure,
like they are in college, or college like they are in the pros. So you have to rely on the run game a little bit more. It's an easier exchange, easier handoff, and less complex offensive scheme.
Well, listen, to your point, there were games last year that I remember quarterbacks in the Upstate on the winning team would only have like 15 completions. Or, 15 attempts. Like they'd go 9 of 15.
Yeah.
12 of
run
16.
Run heavy.
Yeah, it's 100% valued. So I would say a guy like Trey Segura, a guy like Jade McDowell at Gaffney. Also, a little bit recent news, if you will, Diesel, Shed Surratt, offensive lineman for the Gaffney Indians. He is one of the top targets in the area, plays offensive line, offensive tackle, 6'4", 300 pounds. He is committing tonight. And a lot of people believe he will be committing to South Carolina. Shed Surratt has a lot of P5 offers. We have streams, or we have messages on our stream throughout the week, Diesel, of people asking about Shed Surratt, Gamecock fans. So he's one that obviously has a lot of attention. Michael Skinner, very good player. Shed Surratt will be committing tonight. As I said, I believe he's committing at 6:30. Armani Weaver, Shamarius Bomar, who were both at Burns last year, they're now at Westside. They both transferred to Westside. I would say to put them on a list to watch as well. Marquise Henderson at BHP is a phenomenal player. Cutter Woods, quarterback at Westside. He's going to have a phenomenal season as well.
Wait, Cutter Woods, that might be the best.
It's a great name.
That might be the best name in high school sports that I've
Cutter
heard.
Woods. Yeah.
Wow.
They just won a state championship last year under Brian Lane, and they are going to be really, really good. So, look, it's exciting. There's high school football is like 10 weeks away, and I know we got to get to Shane Connuck here in a minute, but there are a lot of players that are up and coming in the area, in the Upstate, that are going to be a lot of fun to watch. I know that Westside's loaded over in Anderson. BHP is going to be really good as well. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Tonight, watch out. Shed Surratt, word is he likes the Gamecocks. So if you see a Beamer tweet at around 6:30, you might be in reference to Shed Surratt, one of the better offensive linemen in the area.
We'll keep an eye out for that one for sure.
Absolutely. And we will have more high school football conversations sprinkled in as the weeks get closer and closer. But we do have to run. We do have to hit a break. We talk to Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer next. It's our weekly NASCAR segment right here on the Fan Upstate. Every single Friday at 4:20, it's Appointment Radio right here in the upstate of South Carolina as we talk to Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. Shane covers like everything, every sport imaginable, but does a fantastic job covering NASCAR for the Observer. So we bring Shane on every single Friday. Shane, number one, how are you? And number two, what did you think when you saw the news that Martin Truex Jr. is retiring?
Doing great, guys. And yeah, for the second straight year, it is the end of an era in the NASCAR Cup Series. After Kevin Harvick said goodbye, Martin Truex Jr. is going to be hanging up the fire suit after this season. One of the best drivers this sport has seen, one of the best of this generation, a recent champion, a perennial playoff contender. Not much more you want to accomplish as a NASCAR driver. And so Martin Truex Jr., a great career, and it made sense it would be one of these next couple of years. I think it'll be kind of cool that this year could be the Truex Farewell Tour, and then Denny Hamlin will become the oldest driver in the series in a matter of time before he wins his first championship.
Shane, this blows me away because I still see Martin Truex Jr. as like a 25-year-old guy. Like, it blows me. I just Googled it. I'm like, no way is he 43. Like, in my mind, he never aged past 25. I just want to know, Shane, have you booked a flight yet that'll go through Lambert Airport in St. Louis after they've just announced that new draft house, the NASCAR draft house at Lambert Airport in St. Louis? I mean, shout out to NASCAR, right, for finding new ways to market to new fans. The ratings are falling off, but they're finding new ways to get in front of people.
How about that? Getting into St. Louis that much, not even just when they're going to the old Worldwide Technology Raceway, but another way to bring fans into a different market. And going back to what you said also, Martin Truex Jr., not long ago that he was a 25-year-old driver from New Jersey coming into this sport and already becoming a champion. And even when he did win that championship in 2017, he wasn't even a big JGR guy back then. He was competing for a team called Furniture Row Racing, a small team that was based out of Colorado. We can't fathom that now. All these teams are in North Carolina. Well, all the teams were in North Carolina then, and Truex was the only person who would be making that kind of travel. And even though he won a championship doing it, it showed that the distance wasn't sustainable. But I think that's something that you notice about Martin Truex Jr. Doesn't need to be the big star, the big name, doesn't have the biggest voice necessarily. And even the year that he won the championship, every week he's just living his own life with a team that is hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the rest of the sport. A unique person, a unique career that will be coming to an end after this season.
Shane, before we get into the Iowa Corn 350, what were your thoughts on the Toyota Save Mart 350 last week at Sonoma, and if NASCAR should implement more road courses like this?
I thought that it ended up being a solid race on a road course. We don't always get that. You don't know, but I was happy with last week's race. Kyle Larson, just another strong performance from him. It doesn't matter what kind of racetrack they're on. He knows how to figure it out. And Sonoma, beautiful part of the country, beautiful place for NASCAR to be, and great road course win for Kyle Larson.
Shane Connuck joining us here talking NASCAR. He writes for the Charlotte Observer. Shane, as I'm looking through the playoff projections, and we're now at the halfway point in the season, the top 12 drivers all have a projected 92% chance or better of making the playoffs. I ask you the question, where's the drama in that? I mean, we could talk, I'm sure, for an hour about NASCAR rules and formats and all those sorts of things. But I mean, is it good for the sport to be halfway through the season and Ty Gibbs has a 92.7% chance of making it into the playoffs? Sure, the last four in, the numbers, open up a little bit there, and the first four out, I mean, they are far back from a better than 50% chance of making this thing. But isn't it time to make this playoff a little bit harder to get into? Because why should I even watch the second half of the season if I know with a 92% or better certainty of who's going to be in the playoff?
I know what you're saying, and that's a really good point, because it has created that this playoff system allows for better racing and allows for you to have about half of the field that you really look at as the guys who are winning races, who are running up front, and then in turn qualify for the playoffs. But I do agree that we're starting to see those drivers who are running toward the front, who are good, but maybe they're far from getting a win. And those guys are essentially locked in or almost locked into a playoff spot, even though it's supposed to be that you have to actually win a race. And that's where you draw the line. So like the all-star race kind of discussion, that what qualifies and what constitutes being a NASCAR all-star, that you've simply won a race anytime in the last 2 years, or that you've been a champion, and then all of a sudden you start to have about half the field considered all-stars. You're having about half the field or almost half the field considered a playoff driver. And so I do think that obviously sports as a whole are just moving in the direction of expanding playoffs more and more. So I think that NASCAR is going to be adding people to the playoffs before it removes people, but that it's going to have to evolve a bit more, because right now we're seeing so much competition that how different really is even a Chase Briscoe kind of driver now who is hanging around that cut line compared to somebody who even when you factor in how like Martin Truex Jr. hasn't won this year, but has been among the top of the standings all year just because of how strong he runs, and other drivers win and then they jump over other people. So it is interesting right now, but that I think compared to other sports where you have a lot of teams in the playoffs and they all are kind of competitive, they all are able to. I feel like in NASCAR now you have a lot of drivers toward the top who are kind of similar, and then in the middle who are also kind of similar to each other now.
Hey, Shane, Kyle Larson has now won 3 times this season. Is Kyle Larson like a guy that maybe is becoming a star of the sport in a way that, we talk about like in golf, Scotty Scheffler trying to be the face. We know that right now Denny Hamlin's probably the face of NASCAR, but how far, in your opinion, is Kyle Larson away from that?
I think he's very close to that. And there are a lot of people now who are starting to consider Kyle Larson that face of the sport. Here's where we're going to know the answer to that question. This year in November, when we're in Nashville, if we hear that the most popular driver in the sport is not Chase Elliott, last year felt like it was going to be the year, because last year Chase Elliott didn't make the playoffs. He had the snowboarding incident. He had the suspension at one point, so he missed about 7 races in the season and then wasn't close to qualifying for the playoffs. And still, Chase Elliott pretty much ran away with the most popular driver award. This year, though, not that it seems like Elliott's been one of the top drivers in the Cup Series, currently sitting second, but Kyle Larson has really been at the forefront of a lot of these new eyeballs coming to the sport. Not necessarily brand new eyeballs, but in the motorsports world, everything that Larson did with his attempt and pursuit of running the Indy 500 really brought together a lot of these new young people who were excited about F1 with the whole Drive to Survive, and started to get into that, and people get excited about the Indy 500. And I do think that Larson, I used the word forefront again earlier, just that it seems like he really, not that he is doing anything that hasn't been done or whatever, but that Larson's popularity across disciplines of motorsports. People in Pennsylvania and that part of the country talk about when he goes to those short tracks, how they like to go watch him there. And then if they go to a NASCAR race at some point, they know who Kyle Larson is from these other things that he's raced, because he's just become, they call him the wheelman, because in all different forms of motorsports, people know who Kyle Larson is, and a lot of people who don't necessarily know that much about motorsports themselves. And having him as the points leader of your highest series, NASCAR, that seems like the perfect guy to be the star for the sport.
Find him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck. Shane, you'll love this. We have a message here from Tolo Trey. Says, I don't care about NASCAR anymore, but this guy is so engaging that I'm listening. So you got a fan in Trey. Big shout out from him. But
well, hopefully he doesn't listen to me too long.
How much stock do you place in Joey Logano's seemingly uncanny ability to win at unfamiliar racetracks? He won the first race at the Coliseum in LA. He won the first dirt race at Bristol. The guy just has a knack for adapting to tracks that NASCAR doesn't traditionally go to. This is going to be the first Cup race at Iowa. how much stock do you put in his ability to go and do it again? And, he really needs it because he's sitting in last place in the last 4 in at 47% chance to make the playoff.
I thought about that a bit. You know what I think it is? That's how Ford gets its wins. For the last few years, Ford has talked about after one of its drivers ends up somehow, some way winning the championship after a lot of things happen over the playoffs. But all season long, Chevrolets get the most wins. Toyotas seem to be winning the stages and leading a lot of laps. And then here and there, Joey Logano wins in a Ford, or Ryan Blaney would get a win last year, or now Austin Cindric's the one who makes it to victory lane. These Fords just are. It's hard to really what you really make of it if it's that, because Joey Logano, when he won at North Wilkesboro, he dominated. It wasn't just that he started on the pole; it was that he did not let anybody pass him that time. But at other times, Fords don't come anywhere near there, even when you got a guy like Blaney who does seem to be in one of the fastest cars. So it's tough. I think that overall we're seeing now that last year you could make it like, wow, well, Blaney won the championship second straight year. Ford won it. Ford's won the championships in the truck and Xfinity Series. That's the leading manufacturer even. And now I think it's just Logano will get a dominant win sometimes. Even now you'll have Austin Cindric get a win. You'll have even Brad Keselowski for Ford got a win this year. You just don't know. That new Ford Mustang Dark Horse body they rolled out this year has finally got a win, but the fact that it's taken this long, I think that overall what it shows is that those Chevy Camaros and these Toyota Camrys are just faster.
Hey, Shane, I want to get your opinion on a new hire with Eric Jones going to Joe Gibbs Racing. A friend of mine who's a lot bigger of a NASCAR fan than I am wanted me to ask you this question today. And it seems as if NASCAR fans aren't really excited about the hire just because of Eric Jones's lack of success.
Yeah, there are a lot of moving parts right now with Stewart-Haas Racing closing after this season. Those 4 drivers are going to be going all over. It's been reported that Chase Briscoe is the leading candidate to replace Martin Truex Jr. at Joe Gibbs Racing. And he being a top driver for Stewart-Haas right now, about 29 years old, figuring he'll have another move away. So a lot is up in the air right now. As for Eric Jones himself, he's a driver who's going to be making a move within these next couple of years. Won the Southern 500 recently, keeps finding himself qualifying decently, running in races, has been in the series for a while now. It's a matter of time before he gets that move to a bigger team. And with Joe Gibbs Racing, look at them right now. I mean, outside of Truex and Hamlin, and not even really outside of them, Christopher Bell is their fastest car for the most part. And now this is multiple years that Christopher Bell has been a championship 4 level driver. So everything's moving in that direction. It's not like Christopher Bell would necessarily be the only older star in JGR eventually. So whether it is guys like Chase Briscoe, guys like Eric Jones, specifically JGR is a team that is getting a lot of new drivers and is going to look a lot different within these next couple of years.
Shane Connuck covers NASCAR for the Charlotte Observer. Shane, I just want to know, you've spent now a couple of years indoctrinated into NASCAR culture. You've been exposed to nothing but Mustangs and Camaros and Camrys over the past couple of years. I just want to know, has NASCAR achieved its intent in convincing you to go buy one of these vehicles for your personal car? And if not, which one would you go buy first?
Well, it has shown me that driving a good old car, you put your foot on the gas, the car moves, you move down a hill, it naturally moves a little bit. That's how cars are supposed to drive. Whenever I use a rental car now, I'm like, what the heck are people driving these days? This is how cars drive. But I do drive a Honda Accord myself, and I've noticed similarities in just that typical stock car, and that seems to be the car that will be the 4th manufacturer that enters the Cup Series within the next couple of years.
I like that. So no Shane Connuck in a Mustang as of yet. All right, Shane, the Iowa Corn 350 powered by ethanol this Sunday. As Diesel said a moment ago, this is the first time the Cup has been there. Who do you like, or who would you see as a favorite going into Sunday's race?
Well, about like you guys said, 1953, I believe, the last time or the only, like, this Iowa Speedway never hosted a NASCAR Cup Series race under the current. This is a really historic big weekend for the sport. Really exciting out there, an interesting bit of a short track a lot of people have grown up on. This week, I think it is going to be a Toyota getting a win, and specifically it's going to be one of those JGR cars. Christopher Bell could have gotten it the last couple of weeks. He did get it at that weird Charlotte race, but this time it will be Christopher Bell winning at Iowa and getting another win, and it's becoming a really strong year for the young driver.
I like that. Shane calling a shot.
Yeah, Shane, and just so you know, you got a second endorsement here from our Tolo Spur Daddy. He says he finds you fascinating, man. So you got fans, and you're building NASCAR. You're a great ambassador for the sport right here on these airwaves.
Appreciate you, Shane. Hey, great stuff as always. And as we say every week, we look forward to having you on again next week, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Great excited talking to you guys after Iowa.
That's right.
Yes,
That is
sir.
Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. And you can follow him on Twitter, like Diesel said, at Shane_Connuck. He does a tremendous job writing, covering NASCAR, a lot of other sports. There's a ton of high school sports as well. And you can give him a follow right there on X to stay up to date.
When we come back, Cole, let's go back up his way, back up 85 to the Carolina Panthers mandatory minicamp. What's going on? What are the big stories coming out of minicamp? Any injuries to talk about? We're going to kind of take a deep dive look at what's happening inside the Carolina Panthers organization next here on the Fan Upstates. Live update from Omaha. Score is tied 2-2 between Virginia and North Carolina. Should be going into, we just went to commercial break. Should be going into the bottom of the 8th in that game.
I love it, man.
Like North Carolina's coming to bat.
Close game, first game, Diesel of the weekend.
I love it.
Give me some extra innings. How about that?
And another update. We should be getting a fresh update here in about 15 minutes. The Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge, the bar in Omaha that has made so much money off of Jello shots over the past couple of years. Who is leading the Jello Shot contest? Would love for you, Tolos, quickly. Those of you who are in the stream, talking to you, Madcraft, Spur Daddy, Trey. Who do you think is leading? Who is leading the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge? Don't cheat.
It's definitely not Virginia because last night, Diesel, Virginia was in dead last.
Well, they are second to last right now. Cole, this is one that doesn't make any sense to me. How? When this is one of the best well-known party schools in the SEC, Florida is now in dead last in the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge. Yeah, just 95 shots bought.
That's unexcusable. I mean, that's pitiful.
Yeah, Spur Daddy, you're wrong. Spur Daddy thought Florida is in the lead.
Good guess.
Florida's in last, my friend. Virginia's second to last with 155. Florida State coming in, what would that be? 6th at 210. Then it goes NC State, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Tennessee, and if you're good at the powers of deduction, 506 powder blue shots have been purchased in Omaha.
Texter got it. Texter guessed. 203 said UNC, North Carolina. Good job, Texter.
Come on and raise up.
How many again? What was the number?
506.
506.
They're selling them for $5 a pop.
That's ridiculous.
And apparently, Cole, a lot of the money that they make off of these Jello shots goes to charitable donations.
Well, that's 25 grand just off of North Carolina.
So shout out to Rocco's. I mean,
that's a scam.
They're a business that could make a lot of money off of these Jello shots, and I'm sure they do, of course. But they turn a lot of it back around in charitable donations. Let's see here. Shane Barrett asked, "Did I borrow that shirt from Rob?" This shirt, my Magnum PI shirt.
That was the second Rob comment on the stream today about the shirt.
Man, I love the shirt.
I like it. This is a good shirt.
I bought this shirt for a Halloween this past year, a Halloween party. We were told, Cole, that this was going to be a detective party.
Oh.
And they said, all right, we're going to do we need everybody to dress up. We're going to do like a murder mystery game.
Yeah.
Come dressed up as a detective. And then Ashley and I were the only two that showed up dressed up.
Are you serious?
Only two.
You know what I would have done?
But we dressed up as various versions of Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
I would have laughed.
So this is my Ace Ventura Pet Detective shirt. I had a parrot stuck to my shoulder.
A real parrot?
Yeah.
A live parrot?
Not a live parrot. I had my hair swooped up as much as I can when I got left of it. I was wearing the right color pants. I was wearing the boots. Man, I was rocking the Ace Ventura look. And she did the Ace Ventura in the asylum look.
Really?
So the white button-down shirt and the pink tutu.
So you had the Inspector Gadget. I mean, you were the detective. I just don't understand why nobody else, participate.
Because they're losers, because they're lame. And they all said, yeah, we knew, but we didn't think anybody else was going to dress up, so we didn't dress up either.
Diesel the detective. Would it be Detective Diesel or Diesel the detective?
Detective Diesel.
I like that.
Double D.
Double.
Yeah.
I like it.
Notes for Carolina Panthers mandatory minicamp call. That wrapped up yesterday with some team meetings. They didn't go through a whole lot of anything physical yesterday. That all wrapped up on Wednesday, where they say they had a high-intensity practice that came together and wrapped up all of the new installs for camp. Here's a quote from Dave Canales. I think about the spring and just where we started from an operational standpoint for us to be able to get into a full speed 2-minute drill. We had an end of half and then we had an end of game situation right there, getting the calls in and out, playing with the time clock. Love to see the execution be a little bit better. We had a couple of drops, but moved the ball well. So you remember last year they were talking about, I think it was spring game. Spring game, one website we looked at was bragging about Lenore Sellers and South Carolina's ability just to get out of the huddle. Like you would think those are little things, right? At this point in your career, you should know how to do these things. But all of these things are details. All of these things have to be worked on. And so they're working on 2-minute drills. They're working on end of game scenarios. They're working on, getting things in and out efficiently as far as play calls go. But he did say here that execution needs to be better. They had a couple of drops, but they did move the ball well.
It's that time of year for those things, though, man. Like the fans don't realize it, Diesel, but those small things that we think are small, if you ever play football, you know that those things are not small. Those are like the most important things you can. All the connection stuff, that'll come later, but this is like the bread and butter. You have to figure it out now.
I mean, going back to something as simple as getting in and out of the huddle, Cole, could you imagine two players lining up on the wrong side of the huddle so that they can't break and go to where they need to go? Instead, they got to cross over each other, then they knock each other down, and then you've got an offensive lineman coming down on a running back and potentially injuring. That's what we're talking about when like those things matter, right? You have to be able to get in and out of these things efficiently, right? On the defensive side, he highlighted a lot of good reps and talked about the offense's opportunity to practice using their timeouts efficiently. The team now has a month off, Cole, before regular camp starts. Here's another note. Shaq Thompson got married over the offseason. Congratulations to Shaq. If you remember, he did suffer that season-ending injury early in last season. He did say that the football side has come back to him easily, but it's the mindset and the confidence part that's been difficult. This is a quote. He said, the hardest thing probably to get back was to build that confidence. You lose a lot of strength and a lot of ability on your right side. You got to compensate. My body's been compensating over these years, and it's finally back healthy. I was trying to get back to learn how to function the right way. So the biggest thing was confidence that he was lacking early on. He says, but shoot, it's back now. Eddie Pinheiro was in attendance for mandatory minicamp, despite speculation that he was holding out for contract negotiations. So he did show up. Aaron Rodgers didn't show up, but Eddie Pinheiro did. Injuries to talk about. Outside linebacker DJ Johnson left practice early on Tuesday with a knee injury. Dave Canales shared on Wednesday that he didn't have any specific updates. He just said, quote, it was good. It was not anything that was really serious. He held Johnson out of practice on Wednesday, but he says that was just precautionary as he has had past issues with that knee.
I think most Panther fans, Diesel, are probably, I don't want to say anxious, but the injuries are a problem with Wanham and Johnson, but I think that most Panther fans are probably anxious with Clowney, like what he's going to bring to the table. He has had a few injuries in his NFL career, but I think that as we get closer and closer to the season, I think that's going to be the number one thing Panther fans are talking about. What can he provide at this later part of his career?
DJ Wanham has a torn quadricep. Dave Canales said he still has a ways to go, as does Jonathan Brooks, who's dealing with an ACL issue. Iko Leota, who has a calf strain. Dave Canales expects him to be ready for training camp. He said mostly it's just guys with a lot of soft tissue injuries, nothing super serious to deal with. He said we just got to be smart and ramp them up slowly to get them back into shape.
All right, 5 o'clock fight coming your way. What do Diesel and I have up our sleeve to debate today? Find out next. debate. Well, we do debate every single day. 5 o'clock, 3 rounds, 5 o'clock fight. You can participate. We will get to that, but I do want to lead off with some audio. Diesel, I don't know how much you've been watching video today of the play at Pinehurst, but I'm not a huge golf guy, but this thing, man, like this course just looks almost impossible. Like really difficult. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be this difficult, but you've seen some bad golf. Bryson DeChambeau talked about it in this audio.
Pinehurst is no joke. This is a ball striker's paradise. You have to hit it in the middle of the greens, and this is a Boo Weekly quote, but the center of the green never moves. So I try to focus on that this week.
He's right.
Yeah.
But, man, I watched the inside the PGA, whatever it is, the show that came on last night. They kind of recapped. Like, it was some tough golf.
Yeah, look, we talked about this a few weeks ago when we were talking about the tournament at Valhalla and how these golfers were out there just destroying that course, right? Making it look easy.
It's true.
And we said, hey, we kind of like it when these guys have to struggle a little bit on some at some tournaments.
Yeah.
And we kind of like it when they go out there and they just wreck a course, right? And they score extremely low. So, I mean, wouldn't it be boring, Cole, if the golf course designers were ultimately out there trying to make sure that the winning score was roughly equal at every golf course they played?
No,
right?
100%.
If they were trying to say, okay, we would really love for every course to finish where after 4 rounds of golf, the leader is somewhere in the -10 to -15 range.
Sure.
Right? I mean, that would be boring golf.
No, I'm with you. I don't want it to be different.
Right, because then we're seeing the best golfers go out there and score 2 under, 3 under every round. And like, all right, so that's a lot of par golf. That's boring. I love seeing bogey golf. I love seeing birdie golf. Both of those things are entertaining to me, but par golf is dull.
So, I agree with you. I'll tell you this. I watched last night the Golf Channel, and they do this whole recap show, which I think is phenomenal, by the way, for somebody like me that's not a tremendous golf guy, right? I loved that they were talking about last night the challenges of it. And again, this is not a golf segment, but they were talking about Scotty Scheffler not driving the ball well, struggling with the fairways. No, I like it a lot. I think it's good to have a good mix. I don't want it all to be the same. It's just fascinating how hard it is.
I'd find it really interesting if what we had were pros playing the course, like ex-pros. What if it's Tiger Woods? What if it's, name somebody else who's just finished and who's just retired. Fred Couples, for example.
Phil needs to retire.
Phil Mickelson, not him anymore because he's with Liv. But somebody who's interesting and entertaining. Maybe I'm blanking on his name now, the caddy who we were supposed to have on.
Don't ask me caddy names. You're asking the wrong person.
The ESPN golf analyst who was supposed to come on our show while we were from
the guy with the crazy hair.
Yeah. Explain to us why this course is hard.
Yeah.
Right? Walk us through the day one scores. Tell us exactly why it's hard. Let's go play. I mean, a huge category of YouTube videos, Cole, is just watching people play these really tough courses.
Yeah.
So I would love to see one of these guys or a YouTuber, for example, a golf influencer, travel with the tour, play the course ahead of all these other guys playing it, and explain to us why.
Yeah, I like
this course is so hard.
And by the way, if you haven't checked it out, watch live from after the round's finished. Their coverage is phenomenal. It helps you understand what happened that day. I watched it last night and was absolutely fascinated by it. All right, it's time to do what we do every single day at 5 o'clock.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Texter from the 203 says Michael Collins. Yes, Texter, that's him. Thank you for clarifying. All right, it is the 5 o'clock fight. The way this works, you have 3 rounds of fighting. Diesel and I obviously have to disagree on every single round. You, the Tolo, you, the audience, decide who wins and who loses. Text the show, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Phone lines will be open momentarily, 844-FAN-PHONE. We're also live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You can watch Wire to Wire. Let's get it started. Diesel, it's a hot summer day. Just happens to be this week, right? It's been pretty warm this week.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 90 degrees right now. Yeah.
I give you a free ice cream cone or free shaved ice on a hot summer day. Which of those two do you choose?
That's not even the question. It's ice cream. It's ice cream. When ice cream melts, it's good. When it's cold and frozen, it's phenomenal, right? Frozen, melted ice cream is still incredible. You know, when shaved ice melts, it's just watered down, artificially sweetened syrup. Miss me with that crap. I mean, shaved ice.
You're a shaved ice hater.
Shaved ice is uncanny. Like, how does it melt and get harder to eat at the same time?
I love it, man.
Like when it turns into that ice ball that you can't get your teeth on. No, man, ice cream is just way better.
I'm a shaved ice junkie. Like, there's a place that's come on the scene lately. I'm not going to give them free advertising, but they do a really, really good job of just shaving that ice really small, really thin ice. The problem with ice cream for me on a hot summer day is it like messes my stomach up, right? I don't know what it is, the milk
sugar.
Or what, sugar, milk.
Milk was a bad choice.
It just kind of messes my stomach up and a little bit, kind of ruins my day a little bit in terms of like, it's great in the moment, but I should have ate that ice cream cone with 3 scoops. I'll take the shaved ice, especially, I don't know if you've had these, but they're getting so fancy now. They're putting like gummies in the shaved ice. Oh, it's phenomenal.
Oh,
I'm like a little kid, you know?
Did you get a
I got a shark.
Did you get a sore tum-tum?
I got a shark.
Did you get a sore tum-tum from the ice cream? That's why you don't like it anymore?
I did. I'm literally a kid.
Guy
so
got a tummy ache?
I'm a shaved ice fanatic. Give me shaved ice any day of the week. I love the flavors, the little sour shaved ice you can get, man. You just can't beat it. So let us know who wins round 1, hot summer day, ice cream or shaved ice. It's time for round 2, fight. Diesel, we're watching right now North Carolina and Virginia. It is the bottom of the 9th. It's tied at 2 outs. This one's going extras just as I called.
Runner on third.
Oh, that does make
runner on third for North Carolina with 2 outs.
All right, so I asked the question here in the 5 o'clock fight, round 2. Who is going to win it all? ACC or SEC? Who's bringing home the bragging rights?
I think the SEC has more teams that could win this whole thing. I think all 4 SEC teams could win this thing. But Cole, the answer is the winner's coming out of the ACC, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Florida State.
Oh,
I looked up their home and away. Their splits. Florida State is 7-1 in neutral site games. Florida State knows how to win on the road.
Wow.
There it is. North Carolina has just walked it off. They win 3-2 over Virginia with a walk-off. I'm guessing that was a single, obviously, in the bottom of the 9th inning. Congratulations to the Tar Heels. North Carolina, though, Cole, I think this game, I don't know if they score it as a neutral site game, but this game, I think, brings them to a 2-3 record in neutral site games over the season. Florida State just knows how to play in other ballparks. I think Florida State wins this whole thing.
I would have loved to have had the audio right there of that walk-off hit. That'd have been phenomenal to have. Maybe we'll get to see a replay of it. But again, as Diesel said, North Carolina does beat Virginia 3-2 in game 1. I go SEC. The question was ACC or SEC in Omaha. Who's bringing home the bragging rights? Diesel, my Omaha pick from the very beginning was Tennessee. I'm going to stick with the Volunteers. Not proud to say that, never been a Tennessee fan. However, I'm going Volunteers to win it all. And if that's the case, they play in the SEC. So I'll disagree with you, and I'll take the Southeastern Conference. There's a replay, by the way. Left field, and North Carolina walks it off. Let us know who wins that round. 71307. Start your text with the word fan.
Final round. Fight.
Diesel, I like this one. Women with tattoos. Hope it doesn't get you in trouble with your wife or anything, but you like it or not? You think it's hot or not? Women with tattoos.
So the question is women with lots of tattoos.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lots of tattoos.
Lots of tattoos.
Not just 1 or 2. We're talking about covered and smothered, right?
Yeah. No. I'm going to say more times than not, the answer is no. And that might shock you, Cole, because I'm a rocker dude, okay? There's a lot of women in the rock scene who have lots and lots of tattoos. But the problem is, Cole, to make tattoos look really sexy, got to spend a lot of money.
You
lot of money
You do.
on really high quality tattoos. And Cole, I see way more women with just junky tattoos kind of put together, clip art off the wall. Hey, put it in here, put that one over there, put that one over there. And it ends up looking awful. And there's just something about it, Cole. It's like a pendulum swing. I think, when I was a kid, all the supermodels, they had no tattoos, right? Sure. And then all of a sudden you start seeing all these women with lots of tattoos and you're like, oh, that's kind of dangerous and sexy. I like that. And I liked it for a long time. But now tattoos are so common that I think the no tattoo look is sexier.
Really?
Yeah.
I asked this. How many tattoos do you have?
0.
So that would correlate with your answer then. That makes sense.
Yes and no. I mean, I've dated women with tattoos. I dated women with no tattoos.
Yeah.
I mean, so I
You're not
think
against any tattoos.
I'm not against them. No, I'm not against them. But there's something about it. I think it's the fact that it got to the point where everyone has tattoos.
Sure.
And now I think not having them is hotter.
So listen. I can't sit here and say no, you can't have tattoos if you're a woman because I have tattoos. So I can't say that, right? I don't mind.
I can't see any of your tattoos. Where are they?
Well, I have that. That's a great point. They're hidden.
Ooh.
One. Now, I will say, side note, not to get down a tattoo rabbit hole. I like tattoos. I don't like as much visible tattoos, okay? If you have a million of them, it's your choice, whatever. I don't love the sketchy ones, like you said, to your point. I agree with you. I don't love hey, let's go get a random tattoo. For me,
if you pick it off the wall, don't even bother, right?
Yeah, I think it needs to mean something. I really do. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Let us know who won that round on the stream. If you want to suggest a fight, you can do so.
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to diesel@thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
Diesel Trey on the text line says, eating ice cream on a hot summer day jacks my stomach up too. It's a perfect example for Cole to say, it just hits different. Team Shaved Ice. I said that on one promo, Trey.
So ice cream, something that's made from something natural, milk, messes with your stomach, but extremely high processed, high fructose corn syrup, things that have, call them flavors, but it doesn't taste like what the flavor says it is. That is fine on your stomach?
Yeah.
What is going on in this country?
And now I want shaved ice. I'm a little kid at heart, man. I'm a kid at heart. I want shaved ice. I want my sour shaved ice. Are you kidding me? Diesel, the 706, you'll be delighted, says clean sweep from Diesel. Round 1, Diesel. Round 2, SEC winner. Round 3, Waffle House style, cover smothered and chopped. God, terrible. Tramp stamp says a texter, Cole wins. Tramp stamp. Texter from the 604 Diesel says Cole round 1. A melted ice cream cone makes a mess, so shaved ice it is. Cole round 2. I'm taking Tennessee as well. And Diesel round 3. So Cole wins round 2. Texter goes on to say, nice tattoos only that comes from Bullwinkle. How about that? Let's see. Only 2 more texts for now. The 427 says shaved ice round 1 winner. Round 2, ACC. So the 271 is split right now. Or I'm sorry, that's the 427. So we'll see who he has for round 3.
Let's see. Madcraft says, Cole, you win round 1. He loves the shaved ice. Spur Daddy gives you round 2. Spur Daddy, I don't see your round 1 score. Maybe I'm just not okay. Sorry. Spur Daddy says Diesel wins round 1, but if you have the cream, put it in the shaved ice.
What?
It's close to ice cream.
Huh?
Who just has random cream? Who just has that? Nobody has that. He says Cole wins round 2. Gators are going to win it. And he says Diesel wins round 3.
Dadgummit, Spur.
Spur Daddy on my side today. Madcraft says, my tiger's blood tastes exactly like it's named. Diesel, thank you very much.
Tiger's blood is it is the goat, right? Tiger's blood's the goat of shaved ice flavors. It really is. Name a better flavor than tiger's blood.
Is it just like distilled Charlie Sheen sweat or something?
Probably.
Madcraft says Cole wins round 1. Diesel wins round 2. Madcraft, we don't have your answer yet for round 3, so we're waiting on bated breath to find out.
No, he says Diesel round 3. Madcraft does on the
did
stream.
I miss it? Oh,
yep.
All right.
Goes Diesel to win today.
I don't have his round 3. Okay. Awesome.
You're
win.
probably delayed over there.
Yeah. Story of my life.
Let's see. Pelicans will put ice cream on the shaved ice, says Spur Daddy. Spur Daddy, I was referencing that establishment earlier, trying not to say it so I wouldn't give them free advertising, but you just made me say it because you put it in the text. We've already learned that Cole will read anything, right? I can't stop myself. But no, they have the best shaved ice. They really do. 921. This comes from Wyatt. Says Diesel sweeps today. Can you believe that? Junebug goes Cole round 1. 587 says blue raspberry is my favorite fruit because of shaved ice. Yeah, I'm not a big blue raspberry fan. I like the.
That's not a fruit. Raspberries are red.
It's just it's a shaved ice fruit. All right, here's what I'm going to do, Diesel. I am going to sway you. Okay, I'm going to sway you. Let's say next week.
Blue raspberry. I just looked this up, Cole.
Yeah.
Is a blue raspberry a thing? Because you never know. Like, there's all kinds of genetic morphs on fruits and vegetables. Says a blue raspberry originated in a laboratory, not on a farm.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So it ain't even real. It's my favorite fruit.
I am going to try my best, Diesel, next week to try to sway you. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go get you and I both a shaved ice from the place that Spur Daddy referenced. Have you ever had
one nearby?
If there's not, I'll make the trip, right? I come through Spartanburg. There's several in Spartanburg.
How are you going to keep it from melting all the way from Spartanburg?
I guess I'll have to drive freaking fast. I don't know. That's a great question. But we'll figure that part's irrelevant, okay? That part's irrelevant. Here's the reason I say that is, listen, man, when you try that shaved ice from that establishment, you me tell you what puts it over the top? You ask for sour spray. They get a little spray bottle. Look right here.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And listen, you eat it, and it's like sour. It's what
this is why we have such high rates of obesity in this country.
Well, it's true, but it's better. I mean, it's better than it is so much better than ice cream. You'll love it if you try it. I'm going to bring you one. I'll have to see what the closest one is to here. We should have done it at Hingles the other day because we were right beside one.
Were we?
Dadgummit. Junebug says Cole round 2, Diesel round 1, and Junebug gave you the win. No, I'm sorry. Let me correct
myself. It says
myself.
Cole wins round 1, Cole wins round 2.
Oh.
And
he says Cole 2 round or Cole 2 Diesel 1. I think
okay, 2-1. Yeah,
Cole.
okay. Thank you, Junebug.
Me and you struggled with that, didn't we?
Yeah. How many poll locks does it take to you can't say it anymore. It's 2024. I get canceled for that.
Say what?
Not saying it again. How many idiots does it take to read one text message?
2 right here.
Several. Far too many. Hey, Cole, that'll do it for our 5 o'clock fight. Again, if you want to suggest something for us to fight about, email me, diesel@thefanupstate.com. When we come back, Cole, on the other side of the break, let's go trap games for Clemson and South Carolina. We talked about it earlier in the show. We'll refresh you on our lists of the 3 scariest games, home games, for Clemson and South Carolina this year. Now we're going to add an extra layer to it, and the trappiest trap games. We'll talk about that next. If you're listening at 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg on the Odyssey app, we thank you. If you're listening after the fact on the podcast, awesome. We appreciate you being here. However it is you listen, thank you much. We'll see you on the other side to talk about that on the Fan Upstate. It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. We spent some time earlier, Cole, talking about the 3 scariest home games for both Clemson and South Carolina in 2024. I think we all agreed that the opponents should all be 1, 2, 3 on the list, but we definitely disagreed at the order where they should be placed.
Yeah.
My 3 scariest home games for Clemson were NC State 1, because NC State has beaten you 2 out of the last 3 games. They hadn't beat you at Clemson, but NC State has got a lot of really good transfers coming in this year. Number 2, the Louisville matchup. That's coming up on November 2nd. Louisville brings back a veteran offense, and Jeff Brom. I mean, Jeff, he's a really, really good coach. I think he's definitely going to be one of those guys who pops and probably doesn't stay at Louisville long.
Yeah.
And number 3, little nod of respect to you Gamecock fans. I've got South Carolina as the 3rd scariest home game for them this year. You had a good offense last year. Yeah, Clemson shut you down in the matchup in 2023. But by the time you play November 30th, Lenore Sellers will have a full season under his belt, and we're going to know if he is that dude. You know, weird things happen in this rivalry. South Carolina beat you at home a few years ago. I think that could be a potentially very scary game for Clemson. But on top of that, Cole, I want to look at what is the trappiest trap game, a game that could jump up and bite you if you're not paying attention.
Okay.
And it's going to sound like I'm tooting my own horn here, but I promise you I'm not. I do have reasoning behind this. I think game 2, App State, is a really scary game. If you're Clemson, sure, your defense is going to be great. Your defense is going to be really good this year. But all of those same question marks that plagued you on offense last year are still there. And we don't know yet if another season, if another off season and camp and all that's really going to improve Cade Klubnik or not. If it's going to really allow Garrett Riley to install everything he wanted to install. So, Cole, I look at that game coming off of Georgia, and it kind of depends on what happens in that neutral site game against Georgia. If you play really, really well against them, you may be feeling yourself. You may not be taking App State seriously in week number 2, and they can jump up and bite you in the ass. They are giant killers. That's what that program is built on. They beat North Carolina. They beat Texas A&M. They beat South Carolina. They took Penn State, Tennessee, Miami down to the wire, took North Carolina down to the wire, scored something like 70 points on them the last time they played. You got a veteran quarterback at App State. Joey Aguilar was a monster in 2023. I think that could be a real scary game if you're Clemson.
So in terms of Clemson's trap game, I will disagree. I hear you on the App State. However, here's what's going to happen. Clemson's going to get boat raced in the first game, and they are going to have no choice but to draw their attention rather to getting on the right side of things, getting on the winning side of things. I don't think App State, with the way that they're positioned behind Georgia, will be a trap game. I hear you, though. They are known as giant killers, but I just think Clemson's going to be coming off of an embarrassing loss. They'll be focused. For my trap game, I'm going Louisville. You mentioned Jeff Brom. I like him. I think he's a really good coach. That game, you're in a stretch after you play Florida State. You have Wake Forest, Virginia, Louisville, VT, Pitt, and the Citadel. I'm not trying to piss off Clemson fans, but after the Florida State game on October the 5th, you have 3, 4, 5, 6 straight games of cupcakes. However you want the cupcakes, with sprinkles, without sprinkles, chocolate, vanilla, it's up to you. But you have 6 cupcakes in a row before you play Carolina. Diesel, in my opinion, at some point in that 6-game stretch, Clemson, I think, could have I don't want to say a game where they don't show up, but when you play terrible team after terrible team after terrible team, it's going to be a day game. It's a Hall of Fame day at Clemson right before you go on the road to Blacksburg for a Saturday game against Virginia Tech. I think Louisville could be the trap game for the Tigers.
Madcraft agrees with you and puts Louisville on that list. See, I can't put Louisville on my list because I've got them as the 2nd scariest home game.
That's true.
So, I think you got to show some respect to Louisville this year. I mean, the quarterback at Louisville, Tyler Show, is a 2-time transfer who's been to Texas Tech, who's been to Oregon. You could say, well, he washed out of both of those programs. Now he's at Louisville. I don't know, man. Maybe third time's the charm. Again, with Jeff Brom, I think he has the ability to bring a team together quickly. And Louisville is a scary game, so that's why I don't put them as a trap game. I do question if Clemson gets boat raced week 1 in Atlanta versus Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, smacked by 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, or more. You automatically cycle to, well, they'll take that embarrassment and then they'll take it out on who they play in week 2.
I think so.
I look at the possibility, Cole, of that dejecting this team in week 1 and week 2 and sort of putting them behind the 8 ball. I mean, you and I both know that some players don't take these games seriously. Do you remember the quotes from a couple of years ago? They were interviewing, I don't remember what it was, like on a documentary about Oklahoma State. And they were saying things like, yeah, we were smoking weed the night before we played the group of 5 game or the FCS game. And then they would lose those games, right? Because they didn't take those games seriously. And a different scenario at Oklahoma State and Clemson. I'm not saying that all players do that, right? What I'm saying is players, despite as much as coaches try to beat into their brains, you got to pay attention to everybody. Anybody can beat you any day.
Yeah.
I think players look at a tier list in their mind and they look at an App State or the Citadel or whoever it is, and they say, we don't really have to work that hard this week. We don't really have to focus in on that team so much. And I think maybe if Clemson gets raced by Georgia in week 1, they're still feeling down on themselves, and maybe it snowballs into 2.
I do not think that Clemson App State will be a blowout. I don't think it'll be a game where Clemson comes in and just boat races App State after being, in my opinion, a game before against Georgia where they could get boat raced. I just think that it'll probably be a game that in the first half is very close. Third quarter, at some point, I would expect somebody on Clemson's team to make a play. Listen, I'm not calling for a Clemson blowout. It's going to be a night game, 8 o'clock, Death Valley. First game there, right? I think that there will be a juice and energy behind the Clemson players. And you know what? Listen, can you convince me that if they were to beat Georgia, things could be different? Sure. I'm with you there. For you to convince me that Clemson's going to beat Georgia, it's going to be a tough road to go down. It really is. So
I don't think you're going to hear a whole lot of Tolos arguing that point as we get closer to the season. Moving over to the South Carolina side of things, Cole, my top 3 scariest home games for South Carolina. Number 3, LSU. Number 2, Missouri. Number 1, Ole Miss. I said LSU was number 3 because, well, they're going to be breaking in a new quarterback. It's early in the season. Garrett Nussmeier. They're better than you. Yeah, they are better than you. They're going to be breaking in a new quarterback. So will you. Every game in the SEC is scary. So, I'm not willing to put an SEC game in as a trap game for South Carolina.
Tough, man.
South Carolina is the trap game for a lot of these schools, right? I look at number 2 on my list for South Carolina. The second scariest home game is Missouri. They bring back so much of their offense from last year. They bring back veteran quarterback, veteran receiving core. You've lost to Missouri 5 straight years. The margin of victory is growing. Missouri is surpassing you and pulling away from you as a better football program. So Missouri is clearly a dangerous game. Number 1 for me, Ole Miss. Jackson Dart, Juice Wells coming back. Lane's cooking. He's got an insanely good transfer portal class. Number 1 transfer portal class in 2024. You get Ole Miss in week 5, and that game right there could really point this program in a direction for the season. Are we going down the path where we feel good about our season and exciting things could happen? Or are we kind of going, all right, oh God, here we go. We're losing. We're getting spanked by Ole Miss. We're getting spanked by LSU. We're getting spanked by Kentucky. The only teams we can beat are group of 5s. That's why I say Ole Miss is a really scary game. And the one that I look at, Cole, as a trappy trap game for South Carolina, don't laugh at this. I see Old Dominion as a possible trap game for South Carolina. It's early. You out-talent them. You out-talent them. But just as my argument for App State, Old Dominion is becoming a little bit of a giant killer themselves. They beat Virginia Tech twice in 2018 in 2022 as well. They've got a veteran quarterback coming in. He's a redshirt junior. I understand that he's coming in from Fordham, right? It's not like he's coming in as a highly touted guy who's moving down from a Power 5 program. I'm just saying he's got a little experience under his belt, and the yards per game difference between Old Dominion and South Carolina last year, Cole, was just 15. Yeah. They have become a team that takes scalps.
So I'm going to go a week past you. Listen, in the SEC with South Carolina's schedule, it is very hard to just say and just pick a trap game, if you will, because as you said, to your point, they are the trap game for a lot of teams. They could be the trap games. I looked down the schedule when I was trying to pick the trap game. It's certainly not Wofford, right? No disrespect to them. Missouri's beat them. It's not a trap game if you just can't beat Missouri. Might be the other way around now. Vandy, listen, as much as we all want to say Vandy's a trap game, Vandy just hasn't had it the last few years. The rest of the teams on the schedule, other than Akron and Old Dominion, are games where South Carolina should absolutely out-talent their opponent. So if I have to pick, I'm going 1 week past you. I think what happens, South Carolina opens up at home against Old Dominion on August 31st. They have a big win, big game. Lenoris really shines. They win pretty big at 4:15. A lot of energy in Columbia. The next week they go on the road. They're coming off of a high, and just what South Carolina is known to do in the past. South Carolina, if you want to pick a trap game, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not picking Kentucky, but I'm just saying if I have to pick a trap game, I will go with Kentucky. Kentucky's been a thorn in the side of the Gamecocks for many, many years. And on the road in Lexington, it's a 3:30 kick. That's no easy play. It's not a cupcake, okay? Is Kentucky a tough environment? No, but it's not a cupcake place. I've been there one time. They actually do have a pretty good environment in Lexington, especially at night games. I'm going Kentucky as the trap game. If South Carolina were to have a trap game, I think all of them could be labeled as one because it's the SEC, but I'm going with the Wildcats in Lexington on September the 7th.
See, I don't look at Kentucky as even a trap candidate, Cole, because Kentucky's kind of had your number over the past 10 years or so. Kentucky has won.
But everybody's had Carolina's number.
They've won 7 out of those 10 games.
Yeah, but
who else? 7-3 against you in the last 10 years.
What I'm saying is, everybody on Carolina's schedule that they've had Carolina. Who else would you pick? You can't pick Wofford.
You got to go down. That's the whole point of a trap game, Cole. If you get beat by a team that's just better than you, as Kentucky has shown themselves, I understand that South Carolina won in 2022. I understand that South Carolina won in 2023. It's a 3-point game there. But Kentucky has had your number a lot over the last 10 years. To me, a trap game, Cole, is somebody that you're supposed to beat.
So you mean like an upset?
Yeah.
Well, I don't classify a trap game as an upset. I classify a trap game as a game that if you're not careful, you can walk into. If you're not focused, you can walk into and get your butt beat. I think South Carolina should beat Kentucky, right? Yeah. I think they should this year. But I'm just saying if they're not careful, you never know.
2011 was a long time ago. I know you Gamecock fans remember that game.
Very
54-3.
Yep.
54-3. That was a great day to be a Gamecock. But man, Kentucky as a football program, they're one of those programs that has kind of hit their ceiling. They're not going to be an elite football team. Kentucky's probably not ever going to legitimately challenge for the CFP. I mean, it starts out every year. They're a great story. You hear Kentucky mentioned early on because they typically tend to schedule very easy. They start hot. They get 4-0, 5-0, right? Everybody's talking, is this the year Kentucky will do it? And then they get deep into the heart of SEC play and they flounder down the stretch. That's kind of who that program has been. And hey, if you're a Kentucky football fan, that's all you want. Just give me 5-6 weeks of good times and give me the basketball season.
All right, coming up in the very next segment, I have some audio from 680 The Fan in Atlanta. We had Brandon Leak on several times on this station. This audio is what every Braves fan is feeling right now. Is he right? Is he wrong? Should the Braves fans be panicking? This is from a radio host, and this audio is fascinating. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is The Fan Upstate. You know, as a radio host, a lot of times our job is to calm the fan base down, to say, look, don't panic, don't overreact, just wait, be patient, everything's going to be okay. However, now is not that time. I do think, as an Atlanta Braves fan, we are past the point where we can sit here and say, hey, just settle back. It's a long season, right? Championships aren't won in May. Championships aren't won in June. I hear you, but we're past that point, in my opinion. The 680 The Fan radio station out of Atlanta, one of their hosts this morning was fired up. Do you agree or disagree with this host? We'll give our opinion after this fantastic audio.
It seems like these dudes are getting a pass for a World Series from a couple of years ago. That pass is over. You've gacked away back-to-back playoffs where you got your ass kicked by Philadelphia, and now you're 10 games out of first place, and it's June, and you ain't scoring runs. And what'd you just say, Finn? We're the worst scoring team since April 24th? The worst. The Miami Marlins have scored more than us. I can't name a damn Marlin.
Oh, my God.
Billy the Marlin, who used to be their mascot, is playing better than some of our guys. The White Sox have scored more runs than us. The White Sox, by the way, I believe have the worst record in all of baseball. The White Sox right now are 17-51.
Oh, boy.
Yet they've scored more runs since April 24th than we have.
Be patient, John.
Patient my ass.
That's what I'm saying. Don't have your blood pressure go up.
It's
Because,
already
again, all we want to do, we don't care about the division. All we want to do is make it to the wild card.
Well, that radio host in Atlanta, listen, I'm with him. I think he's 100% right. I don't fault him for being as fired up as he was. I think the Braves are pitiful right now. You know, they just won a championship in 2021. They haven't lost that much talent. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to be okay as Braves fans with them being one of the worst teams offensively in the league. And we're told that, it's just because the new wave of baseball, they're just not adjusting. Well, the White Sox, who have the worst record in the league, they're adjusting, but we're not. Is that what you're telling me? Diesel, I'm done. I'm fed up. It is time, as Rob Brown said a few weeks ago, the Braves are just pitiful right now.
Oh, you sky is falling. What's right in front of my face, people. Cole, man, there's a lot of baseball left to be played. And what is anybody suggesting that they do?
Make some moves.
But what does that mean? Everybody says make some moves. And I was referring the other day when we interviewed Jake Mastriani of Locked On Braves, I was referring to the opening salvo of his most recent podcast where he just spent like 10 minutes, Cole, screaming into the air, screaming at Brian Snitker, do something. Please do something. Make some move. I mean, look, do you think that they're not trying to win games? Do you think that they're beating their head against the wall and just hoping that it works this time? I mean, I don't know nearly enough baseball in the sense of how to make managerial decisions at the major league level to tell Brian Snitker what to do. He may say to you, man, this is the way we've built our roster, and we expect them all to start hitting. And if that happens, are any of you guys going to come back and retract your statements? Oh, you know what? Maybe you were doing the right things. Maybe hitting a lot of home runs is good. I mean, this team is built to hit a lot of home runs. And sorry, just losing one guy, Ronald Acuna Jr., shouldn't be that thing that takes this team out of contention.
And Strider, that's a big piece.
Yeah, but Spencer Strider doesn't hit home runs.
No.
I'm talking about their ability to hit and to score offensively, right? I mean, you got to get guys on base. You got to hit home runs. That's the way the Atlanta Braves are built to score, and they're not doing any of those things right now.
Well, here's the deal. In 2021, the Braves went and got pieces to make them better, right? They went and got Jorge Soler. They went and got Adam Duvall. They went and got Eddie Rosario, who was a massive piece when it comes to the Braves winning the World Series. They went and got Jock Peterson. By the way, without Jock Peterson, Eddie Rosario, and Jorge Soler, the Braves aren't winning the World Series in 2021. Am I saying that we should just throw in the nest on Snitker and AA and just be done with them? No. But I am saying as a Braves fan, look, go get somebody to help this lineup. The back end of the lineup's pitiful right now. No pitcher. There's no pitchers out there that are currently scared of this Braves lineup. The back end of it is pitiful. The pitching, it's okay. Chris Sale's having a great year. Max Free's doing good. The pitching's not the biggest issue, but this lineup right now needs help.
I mean, no fans want to actually see Brian Snitker and Alex Anthopoulos shut this thing down, right? Do you really want to see him pull the plug and say, Chris Sale, just take the back half of the season off? Like, we know you still have the ability to be great. Take a lot of time off. We're going to have you pitch a third of the games that you normally would, or a quarter of the games that you normally would, just to get you some work. But let's just go ahead and no, because then they know they're going to lose ticket sales. They know they're going to lose beer sales and concession sales and merch sales. They're not going to do that, right? They're not actually going to shut this thing down. You're right. It's a piece, maybe one piece, two pieces at most could get this team back to where they need to be. Do they need to maybe go trade for somebody? Sure. I mean, Jake told us this past week, there's nobody to call up. Like, isn't it incredible, Cole, how just last year we were talking about how just elite the Atlanta Braves prospect list is and how top to bottom from the AAA all the way down to the single A, the Atlanta Braves were just stacked with prospect after prospect. And all of a sudden, oh, there's nobody. The cupboard is bare. It's empty. What you see is what we got.
I don't agree.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that totally. I think there's still talent down there. Spur Daddy says, I'm still not panicking. Get hot at the end of July to the 1st of August, and they'll be good. They're going to make some trades before the deadline. Well, Spur Daddy, I hope they do. You know, it'd be nice. Be nice too. Can this team get hot? Sure, right? Like, the reality of it is they can't get any worse than what they are now. I mean, they can, but we don't want to see it. You would think that there's only one way to go up, and that is up. There's only one way to go. Come on.
Cole, we got to do some catch up here on some of our text messages from the very last segment. We were talking about trap games for both Clemson and South Carolina. Sorry, guys, we didn't see these as we were live in this segment. Texter says comes from Bullwinkle. He goes, I can see Diesel's point with App State, and now he's got me believing that game will kind of dictate how the rest of the season goes. Let's see here. Texter says, bro, it's the SEC. We all have each other's numbers. What the hell are you talking about? Whose number does Vandy have? Tell me that. Texter says
Vandy.
Yeah, they got their own number. They only got half a stadium. Texter says Beamer needs to worry more about Missouri and less about Kentucky. That was my point earlier. And that same texter who said, what the hell are you guys talking about, says there is no trap game. Beating Kentucky or Kentucky beating us isn't an upset for either team. It'll probably be a pick'em according to Las Vegas. So he, I guess he rejects your assertion, Cole, that Kentucky can't even be a trap game. When we come back, we're going to take a quick look at a new segment here, Cole, that we're calling Sports BS. These are sports adjacent stories that definitely bear a little bit of conversation, but they're mostly just meant for fun. That's coming up next here on The Fan Upstate and Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
Live and local breaking news happening right now with the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, a team that was very, very good last year. Had a chance to go win the whole thing. Head coach Andrew Lord has announced that he is leaving the Greenville Swamp Rabbits and taking a job, Cole, with... Let me see if I can find this because it's kind of hard. It's kind of buried in this message here. He is taking a job with a Canadian youth hockey league.
Moving up north, huh?
Yeah, that's not good.
So
that's not good.
All two people in the upstate are upset about it.
Hey, I enjoy going to Swamp Rabbits games. I don't know a damn thing about Canadian youth hockey.
You don't?
No, believe it or not. No,
Believe it or not.
I don't. Here it is. He will take, it says here, quote, the time has come for me to begin the next stage of my development in hockey. I will take that next step this fall in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League with the Halifax Mooseheads. I am truly excited for the challenges that lie ahead in this new adventure.
The Halifax Mooseheads. That is an intriguing name.
Here's what concerns me, Cole, is Quebec-y, is that what you would call it? Quebecian
You're asking
junior hockey a step up or a step down from ECHL in the Southeast?
We would need Rob Brown, the local hockey pundit, to let us know.
I know you're watching, Rob. Jump into the stream.
Let us know.
I know
this,
that,
call us something. Let us know.
Rob is a friend of Coach Lord's, and so I know that Rob is not going to say anything disparaging about this move.
Does Rob Brown have a good chance of being the next Swamp Rabbits coach?
No.
Why are you laughing, dude? That's not supposed to be a joke.
No, you got to spend your whole life in hockey, right, to be a coach. I mean, look, I can't. I don't know why Coach Andrew Lord made this decision. If he is from the area, I don't know.
Little money,
I don't know anything about
pay raise, maybe
pay raise, possibly. But I genuinely question: is Canadian youth hockey a step up? Junior hockey, is that a step up or a step down from ECHL?
That's a good question. Do you have to, as a coach, trying to see if Rob would be qualified, do you have to know how to skate to be a coach or no? Because they don't really ever get on the ice, do they?
No, but players, they certainly have they have experience in the game. You don't just, not everybody can be Eli Drinkwitz, a guy who never played a down of football in his life, yet he's an elite level head coach.
You know what's crazy?
In the SEC.
I'm not and again, not to go down a rabbit hole here, but Diesel, I'm not a hockey fanatic, but I want to know, is there anybody that coaches, any coaches in the NHL, of all the active coaches, who didn't play hockey, or is that just a no-brainer that you absolutely have to play hockey? Because you're right. It is uncommon. Eli Drinkwitz is a good example, but it's not common, right? I don't know. I hope Rob Brown applies, but we'll see. I'll get this phone call.
I'm sending a text message here to Rob Brown and asking him, is Canadian junior hockey a step up or step down for
And
Coach
while
Lord?
you do that, we will go to the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone before we get into our next topic and bring in Big Kev, who wants to join the show today. Big Kev, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Kev.
Man, just hanging out and just chilling on a good. Everybody talking about how hot it is, man. It ain't even got hot good yet. Everybody already screaming it's hot.
Man, it is a nice 71 degrees here in the Fan Upstate studios. I don't know what everybody's talking about with this heat.
Listen, you go all winter long. Man, I can't wait for it to get hot. And it get hot. Man, I can't wait for it to get cold. Make up your mind, people.
You're right, though.
Right.
Hey, look.
I'll tell you something. Yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tell y'all about I almost got a scholarship yesterday, y'all.
Oh. Well, let's hear about it.
Yeah. Listen, Beamer told me he could use me down on the goal line yesterday, bro. So I might have to go on down here and see what I got going on.
What did you
need like 1 or 2 plays?
What was your encounter with Beamer? Like, what was the occasion? Let us know.
So we went down to the Chapman had the 7-on-7 yesterday. There's a bunch of good teams down in Columbia and having 7-on-7 yesterday.
Gotcha.
So got down there probably about 8:30. Beamer is just as wide open as he can be at 8:30 in the morning. So here he come down the field. I'm like, y'all know I got to get him as soon as he get over here. So as soon as he got, hey, Beamer, man, you don't need no 45-year-old tackles, do you? He's like, well, he looked me up and down like I was short. And then he was just like, hey, you see some of these tackles I got, man, I don't know if you want to play with some of these guys or not. So I went to checking out linemen yesterday. Hey, South Carolina, we're going to have to get y'all tackles together, man. We got to get some beasts down there. We got to get some 6'7", 350s down there.
They're looking small?
Yeah, man. They do. The center, let me tell you something. The center is the hugest guy on the campus, and he's 6 foot tall.
South Carolina center. Wow.
The center is every bit about 310, but he is solid as can be. That's the man. Listen, I don't know what they're gonna do up the middle, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you got a problem out that guy.
Hey, Kev, I want to ask you here. We didn't get a chance to talk to you since the Celtics went up 3-0 against the Mavericks. Luka fouling out with 4 minutes to go. Brian Windhorst just undressed him in his postgame comments, saying that his defensive performance is unacceptable, and he's going to have to make major changes in how he plays if he ever wants to be a champion in the NBA. I mean, hey, some people just need to hear that tough love, and I hope Luka is paying attention. But we got game 4 tonight. Do the Celtics do what I said they would do and close this thing out and sweep tonight?
They're closing it out. It's time to go home, Dallas, rebuild the situation, and then do something else with your life, because they have took their heart, man.
Yeah.
Does Kyrie still play? Has Kyrie showed up? Did he come to the
he
game?
did show up in game 3. He put, 35 on the board in game 3. He balled out in game 3, but you can't do it by yourselves.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, man, three-point game when Luka fouled out. First of all, Luka fouling out like you play that kind of defense. First of all, his feet don't move fast enough to try to take a charge.
That's what I said the other day.
Set that out, first of all. And then I heard Jay Williams say yesterday or a few days ago, Luka's got to lose some weight. He ain't got no muscle mass to him whatsoever, like he don't even touch weight. So I'm going to need him this offseason to get in good shape so you can move your feet, because until nobody on their starting 5 is a defensive stopper. So right now they get into the whole Boston has been doing what they want to do, how they want to do it. So I don't see no other sense than go ahead and knock this out in 4 games and get it over with, because Dallas, it's time to go home and do something else.
I agree with you. I hate to say it, but man, they've been this NBA Finals, man, has been just pitiful. It's been pitiful.
Appreciate the call there, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you much. Doing a little look here, Cole. Andrew Lord, former head coach of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, who's just taken the job coaching the Halifax Mooseheads of the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League.
Sounds like you're speaking Spanish.
Yeah, he was born. I mean, he's from Vancouver. That's on the West Coast. Quebec's on the East Coast of Canada, right?
Sure.
I don't understand this move. Texter here says, bro was here for 1 season and bailed on us. Blank him all day like Furman. Oh, why you got to throw Furman under the bus with this too, man? Let's see. Texter here says, home is where the heart is. Maybe the Mooseheads are worth a pay cut. Again, help me out, guys. Tell me if I'm right about my Canadian geography.
I don't know that our texters know either.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know here.
Does anybody know? I mean, come on now. We're talking about a different country here.
We're 9 minutes into this segment, Cole. We got to get to our sports BS for the day.
Sports.
2 quick stories here for you. Quick hitters. Dan Hurley's wife, Andrea, apparently got, quote, violently angry over Dan Hurley's negotiations with LA. Those were Dan's words, not hers, not someone else's. Dan said on the Dan Le Batard podcast, Dan Hurley said on the Dan Le Batard podcast that she got violently angry during the Lakers' courtship of her husband. Let's see here. It says that she was very emotional amid the media frenzy. I don't know what the relationship is like between Dan and Andrea, but it's probably not going to be very good if you keep calling your wife emotional and violently angry in public media. That's not good. He said, quote, she was like crying in the beginning. I think initially the first couple days of it, she got violently angry and emotional, not like hitting me and stuff. She got emotional, like, I can't believe you're bringing this. Our life is so great. It's perfect. Our lives couldn't be better, and now you're bringing this bleep.
You know what? This blows my mind. I find it very hard to believe this is actually true. But then again, you know, if you've ever met a woman before, you know that this is absolutely possible.
Shots fired.
No, I'm just saying it's true.
51% of the population, Cole.
It's true. Like you're telling me you would be upset to get a $6 million pay raise. And here's my problem with it. Do you work, Miss Hurley? Have you ever brought any income into your family sizable to the amount that your husband, Dan Hurley, has? Because, look, if you want to be mad about it, that's one thing. But how about let him, who's the breadwinner, do what he wants? If he wants to go take you to L.A. and live in Los Angeles, California, and only make $8 million a year, maybe it should be okay with it.
She does have a profession, Cole. She is a podcaster.
Oh, wow. Professional podcast.
Yeah.
Aren't we all, right?
He did say, Cole, that, you know, once she came to L.A., met with Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss, she felt that beautiful L.A. weather. She drove around, and she kind of saw the vision, and she was sort of into it. But he said, then we got back to Connecticut without having made a decision. We got back home, and we both flipped back to UConn. So she said, I hate this. What the hell are you doing? She went out there and saw that beautiful LA weather and then said, maybe I could be kind of into this.
Yeah, really.
And they got back home. She said, no, we're staying in Connecticut. So
sounds like Dan Hurley needs to wear the freaking pants in his relationship. My God.
Remember earlier this week we were talking about this, and I said maybe there's something with the wife going on here.
Yeah.
And like, you know, that whole happy wife, happy life situation. Okay, second story in our sports BS for the day. Cole, Gisele Bündchen's boyfriend allegedly broke up with her over the jokes that were made at the Tom Brady roast.
And for those that don't know, Gisele Bündchen is
a supermodel.
Yep, and the former wife
of Tom Brady.
That's correct.
I don't know that we have anybody in our audience who doesn't know that, Cole.
Well, you never know. There might be somebody listening who doesn't watch the NFL.
But
who is that?
Yeah, so what we're hearing is that Gisele and her Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor boyfriend have broken up, and it is likely because of the jokes made at the Tom Brady Netflix roast. If you haven't seen that roast yet, dear God, they went in on this instructor and on Gisele here. Nikki Glazer cracked jokes about saying that, you know, her instructor would be able to kick your ass while he does other things to her. Kevin Hart slammed Tom with some really harsh jokes, saying, man, you're one of the smartest people in the world. How did you see this? How did you not see this coming? 8 years of lessons, and she's still a white belt.
What's
they were
crazy?
Going after him hard.
It was rough. And what I find so fascinating about this, now that like we've had a little bit of time to pass since the roast, I don't think that this roast was not a big deal like everyone thought it would be. Like, there have evidently been Tom's children. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. People have been affected negatively because of this roast, not just Tom, not just his children, now his ex-wife, now his ex-wife's boyfriend, fiance, whatever they were. I'm not saying don't do it. I enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. I think America did. But, man, it just shows that there are consequences, right?
It's one thing to roast celebrities who have had, you know, checkered pasts, like well, I know that Donald Trump was roasted. I know that Charlie Sheen was roasted. People with checkered past, they're easy to roast, right? And you know, Charlie Sheen is an actor. He's got a sense of humor. But Tom's got no sense of humor, right?
Yeah.
I think Tom only looked at this as they're all really going to have mild jokes for me because I'm Tom Brady. And knows that nobody's ever said a mean thing to my face because I'm Tom Brady. And then it got real harsh, real fast. He took his money. He only thought about himself when he was signing up for the roast. Didn't realize just how rated R this was going to get. But it says here, according to a new report from In Touch Weekly, Gisele and her boyfriend, whose name is Joaquim Valentin, are currently on the outs.
What a name.
He's unhappy about being put in the spotlight in the roast. It says here, quote, the spotlight was too much for him. He's a regular guy. He's not used to all the attention that he was getting. And I'm sure, Cole, just as people are awful on the internet, people have looked this guy up and they have sent him really awful stuff since then. I mean, they've probably come out. I'm sure he's been issued death threats. People will say, kill yourself, walk in traffic and all this stuff over the mildest things. But he was apparently not comfortable being part of the joke. He hated that. And now Giselle is blaming Tom for the breakup. She said by agreeing to do the roast, he basically put a target on Joaquim's back.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
Texter from the 327 says, man, Bridget Moynihan was hotter anyways. I actually agree.
But here's the difference, Cole. I mean, if you're this Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor, Joaquim Valentin, the chances of you landing a world famous supermodel again are very, very low.
Think so?
I mean, you just landed. I don't think Giselle is the hottest thing on the planet. She's attractive, but she's not the hottest thing on the planet. She's just very, 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 very 25 more varies successful
and
as
plastic.
a model.
Yeah.
But let's be real. You're a jiu-jitsu instructor. You're not getting another Giselle Bundchen. But Tom Brady is Tom freaking Brady. I'm not saying he'll land like Adriana Lima after this, but he's gonna get somebody who is on par with Giselle Bundchen. And this jiu-jitsu instructor will never ever get that again.
Texter from the 977 says, in my opinion, they never should have brought Giselle into it.
Why?
Listen, Texter, it's a
roast.
The problem here's the deal. To the text of the 977, I agree. However, when you sign up for a roast, you can't really say, well, you can talk about this, but not this. I think Tom Brady regrets it, right?
It's
I
like
think
the
he
texter's
does.
never watched
I just
a
think
roast
that there
before.
are some things that when you talk about a family, his wife, I agree they should be brought into it, but you signed up for the roast, right? Also, a text from the 203 Diesel. Texter says, sounds like Dan Hurley needs a new wife. That sounds terrible. God forbid I make $8 million a year. I'm with you, Texter. She's a little high maintenance from what it sounds. But again, he signed up for the roast. It is what it is.
Texter, I would invite you to go back and watch Comedy Central roast. And these are all the same people who are on all of the Comedy Central roasts, like all the comedians. Go back and watch the Bob Saget roast. Go back and watch I think Snoop Dogg was roasted. I think Martha Stewart might have been roasted. Charlie Sheen was roasted. Donald Trump was roasted before he was president while he was still a television personality. Go back and watch just how rough these things get and just how deep into their personal lives these comedians go. James Franco was roasted. William Shatner.
Yeah.
That's par for the course.
He signed up for it.
Tom Brady signed up for it. If he didn't do his research, that's his own damn fault.
All right, coming up in the very next segment, we go to the track. This week, it's an oval track. We talk to Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer in the very next segment. You can follow him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is The Fan Upstate. What did you think when you saw the news that Martin Truex Jr. is retiring?
Doing great, guys. And yeah, for the second straight year, it is the end of an era in the NASCAR Cup Series. After Kevin Harvick said goodbye, Martin Truex Jr. is going to be hanging up the fire suit after this season. One of the best drivers this sport has seen, one of the best of this generation, a recent champion, a perennial playoff contender. Not much more you want to accomplish as a NASCAR driver. And so Martin Truex Jr., a great career, and it made sense it would be one of these next couple of years. I think it'll be kind of cool that this year could be the Truex Farewell Tour, and then Denny Hamlin will become the oldest driver in the series in a matter of time before he wins his first championship.
Shane, this blows me away because I still see Martin Truex Jr. as like a 25-year-old guy. Like, it blows me. I just Googled it. I'm like, no way is he 43. Like, in my mind, he never aged past 25. I just want to know, Shane, have you booked a flight yet that'll go through Lambert Airport in St. Louis after they've just announced that new draft house, the NASCAR draft house at Lambert Airport in St. Louis? I mean, shout out to NASCAR, right, for finding new ways to market to new fans. The ratings are falling off, but they're finding new ways to get in front of people.
How about that? Getting into St. Louis that much, not even just when they're going to the old Worldwide Technology Raceway, but another way to bring fans into a different market. And going back to what you said also, Martin Truex Jr., not long ago that he was a 25-year-old driver from New Jersey coming into this sport and already becoming a champion. And even when he did win that championship in 2017, he wasn't even a big JGR guy back then. He was competing for a team called Furniture Row Racing, a small team that was based out of Colorado. We can't fathom that now. All these teams are in North Carolina. Well, all the teams were in North Carolina then, and Truex was the only person who would be making that kind of travel. And even though he won a championship doing it, it showed that the distance wasn't sustainable. But I think that's something that you notice about Martin Truex Jr. Doesn't need to be the big star, the big name, doesn't have the biggest voice necessarily. And even the year that he won the championship, every week he's just living his own life with a team that is hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the rest of the sport. A unique person, a unique career that will be coming to an end after this season.
Shane, before we get into the Iowa Corn 350, what were your thoughts on the Toyota Save Mart 350 last week at Sonoma, and if NASCAR should implement more road courses like this?
I thought that it ended up being a solid race on a road course. We don't always get that. You don't know, but I was happy with last week's race. Kyle Larson, just another strong performance from him. It doesn't matter what kind of racetrack they're on. He knows how to figure it out. And Sonoma, beautiful part of the country, beautiful place for NASCAR to be, and great road course win for Kyle Larson.
Shane Connuck joining us here talking NASCAR. He writes for the Charlotte Observer. Shane, as I'm looking through the playoff projections, and we're now at the halfway point in the season, the top 12 drivers all have a projected 92% chance or better of making the playoffs. I ask you the question, where's the drama in that? I mean, we could talk, I'm sure, for an hour about NASCAR rules and formats and all those sorts of things. But I mean, is it good for the sport to be halfway through the season and Ty Gibbs has a 92.7% chance of making it into the playoffs? Sure, the last four in, the numbers, open up a little bit there, and the first four out, I mean, they are far back from a better than 50% chance of making this thing. But isn't it time to make this playoff a little bit harder to get into? Because why should I even watch the second half of the season if I know with a 92% or better certainty of who's going to be in the playoff?
I know what you're saying, and that's a really good point, because it has created that this playoff system allows for better racing and allows for you to have about half of the field that you really look at as the guys who are winning races, who are running up front, and then in turn qualify for the playoffs. But I do agree that we're starting to see those drivers who are running toward the front, who are good, but maybe they're far from getting a win, and those guys are essentially locked in or almost locked into a playoff spot, even though it's supposed to be that you have to actually win a race, and that's where you draw the line. So like the all-star race kind of discussion, that what qualifies and what constitutes being a NASCAR all-star, that you've simply won a race anytime in the last 2 years, or that you've been a champion, and then all of a sudden you start to have about half the field considered all-stars. You're having about half the field or almost half the field considered a playoff driver. And so I do think that obviously sports as a whole are just moving in the direction of expanding playoffs more and more. So I think that NASCAR is going to be adding people to the playoffs before it removes people, but that it's going to have to evolve a bit more, because right now we're seeing so much competition that how different really is even a Chase Briscoe kind of driver now who is hanging around that cut line compared to somebody who even when you factor in how like Martin Truex Jr. hasn't won this year, but has been among the top of the standings all year just because of how strong he runs. And other drivers win, and then they jump over other people. So it is interesting right now, but that I think compared to other sports where you have a lot of teams in the playoffs and they all are kind of competitive, they all are able to. I feel like in NASCAR now you have a lot of drivers toward the top who are kind of similar, and then in the middle who are also kind of similar to each other now.
Hey, Shane, Kyle Larson has now won 3 times this season. Is Kyle Larson like a guy that maybe is becoming a star of the sport in a way that, we talk about like in golf, Scotty Scheffler trying to be the face. We know that right now Denny Hamlin's probably the face of NASCAR, but how far, in your opinion, is Kyle Larson away from that?
I think he's very close to that. And there are a lot of people now who are starting to consider Kyle Larson that face of the sport. Here's where we're going to know the answer to that question. This year in November, when we're in Nashville, if we hear that the most popular driver in the sport is not Chase Elliott, last year felt like it was going to be the year, because last year Chase Elliott didn't make the playoffs. He had the snowboarding incident. He had the suspension at one point, so he missed about 7 races in the season and then wasn't close to qualifying for the playoffs. And still, Chase Elliott pretty much ran away with the most popular driver award. This year, though, not that it seems like Elliott's been one of the top drivers in the Cup Series, currently sitting second, but Kyle Larson has really been at the forefront of a lot of these new eyeballs coming to the sport. Not necessarily brand new eyeballs, but in the motorsports world, everything that Larson did with his attempt and pursuit of running the Indy 500 really brought together a lot of these new young people who were excited about F1 with the whole Drive to Survive, and started to get into that, and people get excited about the Indy 500. And I do think that Larson, I used the word forefront again earlier, just that it seems like he really, not that he is doing anything that hasn't been done or whatever, but that Larson's popularity across disciplines of motorsports. People in Pennsylvania and that part of the country talk about when he goes to those short tracks, how they like to go watch him there. And then if they go to a NASCAR race at some point, they know who Kyle Larson is from these other things that he's raced, because he's just become, they call him the wheelman, because in all different forms of motorsports, people know who Kyle Larson is, and a lot of people who don't necessarily know that much about motorsports themselves. And having him as the points leader of your highest series, NASCAR, that seems like the perfect guy to be the star for the sport.
Find him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck. Shane, you'll love this. We have a message here from Tolo Trey. Says, I don't care about NASCAR anymore, but this guy is so engaging that I'm listening. So you got a fan in Trey. Big shout out from him. But
well, hopefully he doesn't listen to me too long.
How much stock do you place in Joey Logano's seemingly uncanny ability to win at unfamiliar racetracks? He won the first race at the Coliseum in LA. He won the first dirt race at Bristol. The guy just has a knack for adapting to tracks that NASCAR doesn't traditionally go to. This is going to be the first Cup race at Iowa. How much stock do you put in his ability to go and do it again? And, he really needs it, because he's sitting in last place in the last 4 in at 47% chance to make the playoff.
I thought about that a bit. You know what I think it is? That's how Ford gets its wins. For the last few years, Ford has talked about after one of its drivers ends up somehow, some way winning the championship after a lot of things happen over the playoffs. But all season long, Chevrolets get the most wins. Toyotas seem to be winning the stages and leading a lot of laps. And then here and there, Joey Logano wins in a Ford, or Ryan Blaney would get a win last year. Or now Austin Cindric's the one who makes it to victory lane. These Fords just are. It's hard to really what you really make of it if it's that, because Joey Logano, when he won at North Wilkesboro, he dominated. It wasn't just that he started on the pole; it was that he did not let anybody pass him that time. But at other times, Fords don't come anywhere near there, even when you got a guy like Blaney who does seem to be in one of the fastest cars. So it's tough. I think that overall we're seeing now that last year you could make it like, wow, well, Blaney won the championship second straight year. Ford won it. Ford's won the championships in the truck and Xfinity Series. That's the leading manufacturer even. And now I think it's just Logano will get a dominant win sometimes. Even now, you'll have Austin Cindric get a win. You'll have even Brad Keselowski for Ford got a win this year. You just don't know. That new Ford Mustang Dark Horse body they rolled out this year has finally got a win, but the fact that it's taken this long, I think that overall what it shows is that those Chevy Camaros and these Toyota Camrys are just faster.
Hey, Shane, I want to get your opinion on a new hire with Eric Jones going to Joe Gibbs Racing. A friend of mine who's a lot bigger of a NASCAR fan than I am wanted me to ask you this question today. And it seems as if NASCAR fans aren't really excited about the hire just because of Eric Jones's lack of success.
Yeah, there are a lot of moving parts right now with Stewart-Haas Racing closing after this season. Those 4 drivers are going to be going all over. It's been reported that Chase Briscoe is the leading candidate to replace Martin Truex Jr. at Joe Gibbs Racing. And he being a top driver for Stewart-Haas right now, about 29 years old, figuring he'll have another move away. So a lot is up in the air right now. As for Eric Jones himself, he's a driver who's going to be making a move within these next couple of years. Won the Southern 500 recently, keeps finding himself qualifying decently, running in races, has been in the series for a while now. It's a matter of time before he gets that move to a bigger team. And with Joe Gibbs Racing, look at them right now. I mean, outside of Truex and Hamlin, and not even really outside of them, Christopher Bell is their fastest car for the most part. And now this is multiple years that Christopher Bell has been a championship Ford level driver. So everything's moving in that direction. And it's not like Christopher Bell would necessarily be the only older star in JGR eventually. So whether it is guys like Chase Briscoe, guys like Eric Jones, specifically JGR is a team that is getting a lot of new drivers and is going to look a lot different within these next couple of years.
Shane Connuck covers NASCAR for the Charlotte Observer. Shane, I just want to know, you've spent now a couple of years indoctrinated into NASCAR culture. You've been exposed to nothing but Mustangs and Camaros and Camrys over the past couple of years. I just want to know, has NASCAR achieved its intent in convincing you to go buy one of these vehicles for your personal car? And if not, which one would you go buy first?
Well, it has shown me that driving a good old car, you put your foot on the gas, the car moves, you move down a hill, it naturally moves a little bit. But that's how cars are supposed to drive. Whenever I use a rental car now, I'm like, what the heck are people driving these days? This is how cars drive. But I do drive a Honda Accord myself, and I've noticed similarities in just that typical stock car, and that seems to be the car that will be the 4th manufacturer that enters the Cup Series within the next couple of years.
I like that. So no Shane Connuck in a Mustang as of yet. All right, Shane, the Iowa Corn 350 powered by ethanol this Sunday. As Diesel said a moment ago, this is the first time the Cup has been there. Who do you like, or who would you see as a favorite going into Sunday's race?
Well, about like you guys said, 1953, I believe, the last time, or the only, this Iowa Speedway never hosted a NASCAR Cup Series race under the current. This is a really historic big weekend for the sport. Really exciting out there, an interesting bit of a short track a lot of people have grown up on. This week, I think it is going to be a Toyota getting a win, and specifically it's going to be one of those JGR cars. Christopher Bell could have gotten it the last couple of weeks. He did get it at that weird Charlotte race, but this time it will be Christopher Bell winning at Iowa. and getting another win, and it is becoming a really strong year for the young driver.
I like that. Shane calling a shot.
Yeah, Shane, and just so you know, you got a second endorsement here from our Tolo Spur Daddy. He says he finds you fascinating, man. So you got fans, and you're building NASCAR. You're a great ambassador for the sport right here on these airwaves.
Appreciate you, Shane. Hey, great stuff as always. And as we say every week, we look forward to having you on again next week, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Great talking to you guys after Iowa.
That's right. That is Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. And you can follow him on Twitter, like Diesel said, at Shane_Connuck. He does a tremendous job writing, covering NASCAR, a lot of other sports. There's a ton of high school sports as well. And you can give him a follow right there on X to stay up to date.
Just a reminder, earlier this afternoon, North Carolina walked it off against Virginia, a 3-2 win. Whew, North Carolina's going to be a tough team to beat, man.
They're tough, man.
They are real
They got the
good.
pitching, like they. I
Uh-huh.
picked Tennessee. That was country. I picked Tennessee. But man, North Carolina. You might be right with that ACC.
Yeah, but the problem is, Cole, scoring 3 runs ain't going to beat many SEC teams.
No, it's not. You got to score. There's no doubt.
You got to score. Cole, so remember yesterday we briefly mentioned this. There's reports out that the Big 12 Conference is considering selling its naming rights to Allstate.
Oh, you're in good hands, baby.
Yeah, they could be the Allstate 12, the Big Allstate, whatever it wants to be. And this Cole is, God, this is going to ruin college football even more, right? Like how much are we, the fans, going to be asked to endure? Because Cole, just as well as I do, if the Big 12 is making $50 million a year off of this from Allstate, and that's what Brett McMurphy's tweet yesterday estimated this could be worth to them, $50 million a year. That the other big conferences are going to follow suit and they're all going to do the same thing. So we're going to basically take away the number one identifier for all of these conferences as far as fans are concerned. When it's no longer the SEC, our new fans, people who are just getting into the game and they're always trying to grow the game, right? New fans all over the place. Are people going to necessarily know where these SEC? First of all, they're not even in the Southeast anymore. They're in Texas. They're in Oklahoma. And now we're taking away the SEC name. If we take away the ACC name, are people going to know where these teams are? The Big 10, Big 12, all these names are gone, right? Like we are systematically dismantling everything traditional about the game of college football.
I'll tell you this, man. Like, I hear you, but I'm surprised it hadn't happened sooner. Really, the way money and sponsorships are driven,
I'm fine with it if they want to say, XYZ bowl game presented by Allstate. I got no problem with that.
And
I
that's
don't
the way
like
it should. Yeah.
If it's the Sugar Bowl presented by Allstate.
Sugar Tit Bowl.
The Sun Bowl, presented by Rick's play-by-play service. So, look, this is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
If the Big 10 gets word that the Big 12 is making $50 million off of this deal, which is what the Big 10 media rights deal was a number of years ago, they're going to say, I want that $50 million too. What can we sell our naming rights for? And the ACC is going to do the same, and the SEC is going to do the same. So to close the show here, show number 59 of Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. I wonder what would be the most appropriate fun sponsors that we could come up with for the 9 remaining power conferences. Sorry, Pac-2, you're not included in this discussion.
That's not fair.
Build your conference out, get a real conference again, and we'll put you back into this conversation, Cole. But I want to look at let's go regional. Let's actually come up with some names that might actually make a little bit of sense. Sponsors that might make a little bit of sense. So we're going to start with tippy top of the heap, man. SEC. I'm going to go right now. The Buc-ee's SEC.
Buc-ee's SEC. Why would the SEC get Buc-ee's instead of the ACC? That's what I'm going to ask.
Because Buc-ee's is massive, right? they can get all over all over the SEC footprint. They can build out. They got the brisket thing. That's what they already do. You can already tie that in with the state of Texas.
I've come around to it.
Okay,
I like that.
The SEC powered by Buc-ee's. The Buc-ee's SEC. I like it. People wear these Buc-ee's t-shirts like they're a point of pride now, right? Look at me.
We had a Tolo out there at Ingles Wednesday wearing one.
We did. Because the ACC, Cole, is a little bit of Mr. Rogers conference. Like everybody's prim and proper. I'm going to say that the ACC needs to be sponsored by Cracker Barrel. Old country store. You got a lot of private schools. Everybody goes to Cracker Barrel after church. I think the ACC and Cracker Barrel is a match made in heaven.
On the stream, Madcraft says for the ACC, how about Bojangles?
I like it.
You like that?
I like it.
I don't hate it.
Bojangles up and down the East Coast?
See, I don't think so.
Cracker Barrel's everywhere.
I don't know. When you get up north, though, like to New York or Boston College and stuff up that way.
They have Bojangles up there.
They have Cracker Barrels up there, though?
Probably. Cracker Barrel's everywhere.
I thought that was just a Southern thing.
For the Big 10, Cole, I'm going, you may not have ever been to one of these before.
Okay.
The Big 10 needs to be sponsored by Tim Hortons.
Never been.
Tim Hortons is a coffee shop chain almost as big as Starbucks.
Really?
Like, Tim Hortons is the Starbucks of the upper Midwest.
Tim Hortons.
When we traveled up to Michigan for a game a couple of years ago, Tim Hortons were everywhere.
See, I can't believe I've never heard of that.
They're in Michigan. They're in Illinois. They're in Iowa. They're everywhere up there. So the Tim Hortons Big Ten. How do you like that?
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of it. So, I mean, I get it. Big Ten, listen, whatever business you named up there, I probably wouldn't be familiar with any of them. So if that's what you want to name it, that's fine.
Okay, for the Big 12, I know Allstate is already in line for this, but how about the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and Beef Checkoff Big 12? It's the beef, it's what's for dinner Big 12.
That is too many words.
Well, it's called the NCBA. You don't have to call it the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and Beef Checkoff, but it's the NCBA. It's the beef people. Beef, it's what's for dinner. That's their slogan. How about the beef, it's what's for dinner Big 12?
Beef. I like the Allstate better. I like the Allstate, man.
Come on.
You're in good hands conference. Are you kidding me?
Okay, this one's real easy, Cold. How about the Bank of America American Athletic Conference?
Easy. Simple. I like it.
For the Sun Belt, I'm going to go Sun Bum sunscreen products.
Oh, man.
Those are everywhere.
That's
right?
the yellow bottle. I mean, is that?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Sun Bum Sun Belt. How about that?
I like it.
Some bitch. I like that name. How about the Holiday Inn Express Conference USA? Because it's the expressway for teams getting out of FCS into the FBS.
Good one.
The Mid-American Conference, sponsored by Squarespace, because they need some website help. They need some marketing help.
I like it.
And then the Mountain West Starbucks. Mountain West.
Starbucks Mountain West. That's a good one, too.
Love it.
All these names, man, it's going to get confusing. I'm going to forget conferences. I don't want to do it. Can we back up?
Yeah.
Let's not go
It'll
there.
just be the Tim Hortons Conference or the Beef It's What's for Dinner Conference or the Cracker Barrel Conference. They're going to get these ACC and Big 10 and Big 12 names out of there.
Yeah.
Trust me, they'll pay enough money to do it.
I'd rather not do it. We will see you on Monday, a Monday edition of Wire to Wire. He's Diesel, I'm Cole Bryson. This is the Fan Upstate.